Thank you for coming to this vanilla street epistemology in the park. Today, my very first guest. Oh, which one is this? Why'd F2F? Yes. Sorry, we keep making changes in the setup. Constant changes in the setup. So, person I'm interviewing today across the table from me. Tell me who you are. What? Wait a second. You're wearing a street epistemology shirt. Did you steal that out of my bag?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So who are you? I see foil. You spell that funny.
FAOL.
Yes.
Stands for wolf in Scottish.
Scottish. Okay. Very good. So this is a chosen name.
Yes.
Very good. Very cool.
And it's not modern Scottish, so you have to dig a bit.
Okay. That's cool. That's cool. So, yes, very good. 1 minute in, everything operational. So, who are you to me?
I found you
Mm-hmm.
about 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was suggested that I go to an art gallery, and I did, and I met a slight woman wearing a black leather bomber jacket. I thought that was very nice, so I began talking with her, and after 10, 15 minutes of talking, she said, I need to introduce you to somebody. And I followed her up into the Hollywood Hills, and you were preparing sushi for some people's party.
Okay.
And you made inari, which is a little pocket of bean curd with rice and flying fish roe on it.
Yeah.
With specialized mayonnaise in the roe.
That was back when I could have carbohydrate.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And so your roe blew me away, and over some period of time we talked and talked more, and discovered that we had similarities and didn't yell at each other too much, and ended up living together off and on over years. And
yes. For anybody else being filled in on this, Foyle is my husband. If we put husband in quotes because that doesn't have a legal connotation in this case, we can also put something like 13 to 15 years in quotes, something in there.
We can put a bunch of quotes in it.
We can put a bunch of quotes in it. And one of my three partners, I have Naya and Kimberly also, that are all four co-partners in an equal kind of balance with a little power exchange, but that's just amongst friends. It's all good. Thank you, Foyle, for coming and helping me set up on this. You're beginning to watch this project.
Yes,
it's about 3 months into the live stream part of it, and probably a year and a half or so into the really focusedly trying to learn how to do it really well part of the project.
And easy for us,
yeah,
especially you, because somebody was already doing it, so you're nuancing off of an established format.
I'm totally doing that. I am of the School of Anthony subchapter read version of street epistemology, and thank you. And giving away water, I think that's a read thing. Actually, I think Anthony was giving away water on the trails a lot. So yeah, that's a stand.
Okay.
Anyway, so we are now waiting for interlocutors. We're also waiting for our co-epistemologist Quinn will be joining us today, and not necessarily the only people joining us. Changes, yes. Anyway, so today we are just getting started. We've had several people talking and interested. If we were set up an hour ago, if we just set up way ahead of time, there was one person who was ready to go, and they might be back today or not, or a different day, and they're going to check us out. So it turns out that when we start setting up, the interest is immediate. Yeah. Hey, there's the puppy. No. Yeah. Okay. This park, you're allowed to walk your dog off the leash. It's specifically set up for that as a walking park. Uh, so as you can imagine, there are a lot of people with dogs coming by. If you're a dog person, this is a great place to be.
Apparently, we're allowed to have insects as well.
Oh yes, I do recommend tall socks. Tall socks are good, really helpful for that. But sort of tall socks are a habit of mine. So when do I not tall socks? Cactus spines. By the way, if you're here, look out for the cactus spines just on that side of the table. Don't get into them. They will get into your tall socks. Darn it! Ow! There it is. Anyway,
I'm being your silent guest.
Yes, that's fine.
I'm undermotivated.
Yeah, feel free to change scenes, Shoulder. While I'm especially in an Olympus, I get so tunnel vision. I'm not even thinking about this other than, is it still working? And any of the scenes work out just fine for what we're doing. If I especially like the scene that has, I think it's this one called Full Interlocutor plus Peak. I'm going to turn off the custom plane for right now. There we go. And that puts me in a listening state with the interlocutor front and center and larger. And that is a nice, it's the kind of place I want to be when I'm just strongly listening. So if I'm strongly listening, this is a great one to go for. Hello, Quinn.
Howdy.
Come on in, sit down, meet Foyle.
Again.
You've met Foyle, yes. And then we have this.
We must have met. I recognized him in this attire, so.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you guys doing an SC?
No. We have started the live stream.
Oh, okay.
And I was just introducing who Foyle was. He came to help set up. As Kimberly is feeling fluey, yes. And then but she's taking this opportunity to be our local producer. So instead of the usual, this is going to North Macedonia and streaming from there, this is only going to downtown Los Angeles and streaming from there. So these bits have fewer miles. I don't know if that matters. I doubt it. In both cases, I think the only cost is latency.
Yeah.
And latency doesn't really cause us much trouble.
Since we're not designed to have reaction time under a second, if we have under a second of lag,
the nice thing is in either case, the audio never gets mangled. As long as the audio is good, all the rest can just fuck off. Not quite.
Video.
Well, we try to be. Video is the second.
If you're sex positive,
the video fits in a bag. The video fits in this bag. All of the video equipment, and that in this case that is 5 devices. Just giving you a quick tour. Yes, in the squeaky cheapy is ice. Go ahead. And maybe pour in half or something so that we can refresh it later and top off the water and all those things. There is a half case of water sitting on the edge of that C-stand that's actually acting as a counterbalance. So let's use that last and maybe even like rig it better if we move it. Okay, so quick tour. This is the wide camera. Right now we're calling that the purple handset because it has a purple case. And this is used to be a phone and got replaced, cracked screen kind of shit like that, but it still works. So we're looking at the wide camera from there and it's sitting up on a large pedestal that's like one of these tripods. It's like that one specifically, turned way up and tilted down and various slightly. By the way, we are on a significant slope that is uphill. And so I'm kind of sitting back in my seat, and Foyle's kind of sitting forward a little bit, and that worked out.
Being as we're in a canyon, that is uphill.
Yes. Every way except that way is uphill. That way is downhill. And I see the wide shot is not updating, or at least it doesn't look like it to me. Anyway, so then let me go to the main thing. We're calling this one wide plus face-to-face. I bet I need to do a reset. I'm going to reset my system because I'm not seeing updates.
Hey, Quinn.
Okay. So then now I'm reset, and hopefully that didn't actually change anything for y'all, but when I switched it, that's it. So here's another device. This is the alternate old handset with the cracked screen, and it is operating an OBS remote control. Let me see if I can get the okay. There is an OBS touchscreen remote control, like a video pad, that allows us to switch between the different scenes, and then the sources within the scenes, and then the actual stream condition. This green up at the top means that we are live streaming. And that's how I control the show from here. And I'm not the only one in control of the show. The producer who's actually sitting at the streaming computer, which today is a brand new one. This is Kimberly, who you've seen in other shows, in other scenes. She is currently home today and operating the streaming from her computer off of our Wi-Fi at home. Hopefully that works out great. FK is standing by and watching remotely so that if she makes any big messes up, they can fix it really quick. Not Wi-Fi, hardwired. I'm hearing it's hardwired. Excellent. I didn't know that had come in. I'm glad that's better, I think. Anyway, so then we have two other cameras. In the wide one, you can see that I'm pointing to this one that is on this fancy tripod that we call Manfrotto. We like that tripod. It's a very nice tripod. And that allows me a bit more control over what's going on. And I'm watching through Discord today. And then this is being sent to the streaming computer, and all three camera views are being squished and rounded and plopped and layered and this and all those things with bits moving around. And then you're seeing that stream come out. And then we have the guest camera, which you can see in the wide shot over there, is another one of those tablets that is aimed at Foyle. And you know, there's a slight problem. From the perspective of the wide camera, when you lean forward, it's blocking part of your head relative to the wide camera. So I'm going to rotate it just a smidge. There. Okay. You want to switch to share screen instead of Discord video. Very well. FK would like me to make a switch. So, in doing that, does that mean not me? I will do it. Very good. I will sit back and watch you do your magic. For those of you watching the live screen, if you want to interact with us live, you can come to the live show text in the Discord. You'll find the link to the Discord in the doobly-doo. And you're welcome to come to the Street Epistemology Discord and hang out with us live and talk to us and be able to voice. You can talk. We unmute you if you have something to ask. And also you can type in the live show text. And FK, the producer, is actually asking me to apparently approve his change. He would like to go to share screen instead of Discord video. Cool. Okay. And actually, no, I think I figured out what that means. It's like a watch stream. In Discord, it will look like a watch stream as opposed to looking like a shared desktop. And apparently that's handled differently from within Discord, but I don't think this is going to influence how anything looks on YouTube. I think YouTube is going to be. He says, yeah, I think the quality is better. Good. I like better quality. Sure. Why the heck not? Good day.
Free water?
Suddenly there is a lull and it's gotten very strangely quiet for Runyon. No. I had somebody an hour before we were ready to go on who wanted to sit down and go. I was like, oh, but yeah, and I would have just had a talk with her, except that I had to be paying attention to production lest we not get up on time.
Yeah, I usually have that. Right when I.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, this is the time of lunch dates. So people are off getting a drink and doing things they shouldn't.
Just under the edge of that pack toward me is a little speaker under the pack. No, I don't need it. And I think in the outermost zipper part, there is a power. Maybe it's not that one. Maybe it's this other one. Hello. There you. I think one of those is power for. Oh heck, no! It's a white one. I'm gonna look for it.
You meditating over there?
I was just talking to YouTube. Pointed out that all the times I imagined being
Okay, I.
see. Clearly hearing the voices of people 40 feet away.
Yes. Anyway, so if we have both of those things, and I can't find the power for that. Right here. So
Free water. Need that.
Is it perhaps being used on this, Dolly?
What?
Is it perhaps being used on this battery to tablet connection?
No, because it's a special one that none of our except that.
All right.
Nope, and they're not in this bag anymore. So they were moved, but I can't find them in that bag. So we already have a confuzzle. Oh well. Now in the van, also we have Kimberly's got her two Bluetooth headsets.
Yes.
Free water.
So if in the van we have the headsets, so we could use the Bluetooth over to you, so you could have feed right there.
What was that?
We have headsets, Bluetooth headsets that can use those.
Okay, so the cord that you're
Only to power that, and that one doesn't run on its own battery anymore.
So I'm approaching time to leave.
Yes.
So when I do that, I can bring the van up here. Right.
Good.
I actually remember where the van is. It's actually quite close to the place it got towed from.
Okay.
a lot of
No, in our case, that we saw that it was street sweeping on Mondays, but it also had a thing saying from 4 to 7 tow away, and we went past 4 p.m.
So we just thought we'd test it.
right.
No,
You parked it
Same place.
really?
but
Yeah, I'm
he's
just not
staying.
going to be here till 4. So
Okay.
Well, I will be.
right.
Yeah.
I'm parked on Hollywood. What is it?
Free water.
Camino de half a block past Camino de Palma. That's right. Okay, well it's a block and a half west of Fuller. No.
Huh. I think I somehow did something to. Okay, that's. Okay, now I'm sending my front. It appears that the dolly camera, the host Discord, turn it off, turn it back on. Hopefully that reads. Okay. The dolly Discord is now not functioning correctly. I think there is a change when we switched to stream. And he's saying, don't touch. Okay, not touch. Not touching. And now it says the short stream has ended, but not the YouTube stream. Yeah.
Oh, that's the best spot.
Yeah.
That's a heck lobster.
Yeah. Free water could make me suspicious. Weird. Yes. My favorite duct tape is Gorilla Brand. Sticky 2-inch. Ah, watch stream. Cool, I could do that. Maybe. Waiting for it to fill in. Swirly, swirly, swirly. Ah, yes, it looks good. Voila. Voila. You need to roll?
Something like that. I'm doing better than I thought I would. But
Okay, okay. Do you have Quinn's phone number?
I do not.
I think you should get that so that you don't have to ring any of my devices up here in order to say we're at the gate.
Ready?
Shit. Well, not really.
And are you okay with your phone number going on a live stream?
Probably.
Yeah. No, that's add favorite.
How do I?
I don't know. It's confusing. Let me just. Yeah, there's that. But you call me. You call you via me.
Hello, puppy.
Hi, sweetie. Oh, you got a nice pack. So does your human. Hola. Oh, call ended. Okay. Now all I have to do is figure out how to go from a call that's no longer there to recent. Do this. Add to contact. So it's Queen Eskimo, right?
Yeah. Free water.
Is the striped one Quinn? Yes. Quinn is striped today.
Hey, one N or two?
Two.
Okay, guest cam seems stuck. Yes, it does. Is this an area where I would reset guest cam by turning it on and off, or is that something that Shoulder needs to do from her end? Guest cam is not current in my view, and my cam is not current in my view. So I think I need to reset my view. Now I see all three cameras moving. Thank you, Ragnar. Fix for you. Yes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes, that happens when it refocuses. I think if I were to bungee the guest to the chair, that would help a lot. When the guest is doing this, is when it's doing the adjustment, the refocusing adjustment. One difference here is the two tablets that are doing these two cameras are the same model tablet. It's a front facing, back facing. It may be possible to set the focus and leave it.
Because I don't know, it's
Yeah. Yeah, I bet.
I turned you into Aquin so that you'll come up first.
it's like
When I figure out how to put you in favorites, I'll do that later.
So, let me show you around. Well, here, you can just take it out. You don't have to come over.
You know, all we have to do is
Today we're using title just for the front and back, and then our linkuses are in wide plus face to face. That's this one with the two rounds. Then there's face to face, which is a double square or double rectangle.
yeah, this is kind of like it was last time.
Very similar. Wide only, just the wide, you see like that. And then full IL for plus peak is me small, the IL big centered, and this is my
Right.
And those are the four we're using, except for the YouTube and the website, which are part of the outro.
Okay, same as last time.
Same as that last time, yeah. And it last time we had things like if you reset guest round, it would reset things. But right now, I don't have any control over resets. That's all being handled by Kimberly.
Does it still take 5 seconds to sort of upload?
No.
Okay, cool.
No, that reset switch is no longer in play. That's a manual function that the producer is going to do at need.
Oh, okay.
In this case, we have a live producer for the whole time. We don't have somebody who needs to go to sleep in the middle.
Perfect.
Yeah. Go to face to face. Yes, I hear you. Go ahead. What would you like me to do?
Kimberly, he's talking to you.
Reset my camera. Yeah, that looks different. But I can see that you're messing with it, so happy. Go for it. Special effects, yes. My tall socks are are protecting me from bugs, but I did manage to find a cactus. Retaining the cactus, really nice. That one. I don't know when, but I was on the backside of the table and I brushed something.
Yeah, it would have to have been over on this end because this is where the cactus is, the thorny part.
Yeah, probably over there.
Plus, there's a lot of dead leaves just laying on the ground that still have a bunch of thorns in them. Apparently, this is the way to get me to not talk so much.
Put
Putting a mic.
Yeah.
putting a mic in. And it looks like I need a guest reset. Oh, you guys are messing with the guest something. So I see I see touchings and things.
Guest is being messed with.
Yes.
I am indignant.
Okay, you indignify then. It'll work.
For the live chat.
Yeah, I'm full of stories constantly.
Okay.
Maybe if I get sleep at night, I'd be more likely to tell them.
Ah, yes.
Many years ago, I went in for a sinus surgery. On coming out of the sinus surgery, the pharmacologist, I don't know, somebody who gave out drugs,
the drugster
filled out the prescription the doctor had given me for a sedative. Only the decimal went in the wrong place, so I got a 10 times dose of the sedative, and it did a I became subconscious walking. I ignored all the protocols for taking care of myself so that I wouldn't hemorrhage, and some friends came by, and I went out with them to a local nature setting where there was a stream, and you couldn't get to the place where the stream was without walking a long distance past a fence and across a bridge. And on the way back, I, in this drugged state, fully confident that I could do absolutely anything, saw the car 100 yards away and saw the bridge that would add a mile and a half to the walk. And I said, let's just go this way. And my friends looked at me and said, what way? Because there's a 8-foot fence with razor wire on top of it between us. Just this way, over the fence. Made hand signs at me and walked on. I was wearing a leather jacket, and I took my leather jacket and I threw it over the razor wire. And I walked up to the fence because I know these, and put my hands into the chain link, and then kind of put my hands a couple of different ways and convinced myself. And I ran way back, and I ran at the fence, and I hit the fence with my hands like this, and I twisted my arms in that direction and straightened them and straightened my legs and twisted my body and went way up in the air and came down on my back on the leather jacket and rolled down the fence. The leather jacket protected me from the razor wire completely. The leather bomber's jacket, very thick military jacket. And I landed on the ground in a crouch and stood up from it. I mean, I was way down, so it took a bit of effort to stand up. But well, actually, I didn't immediately remember it because I was gone. But as soon as they talked to me about it, it all sort of started filling back in, and I went, okay, because I mean, literally, the doctor told me to stay in bed in case I hemorrhage.
Oh, such a naughty boy.
Yeah,
so naughty.
And then I still had to go. I went and stood up next to it was the other guy's car. I didn't have a key, so.
A couple of weeks ago, he had an aftermath of not feeling well after one of these events and was uncertain that it wasn't Yeah, we didn't have any negative effect.
Yeah, but the degree to which most people eat meat in comparison to at least this man,
That's true.
Maybe Kimberly too a bit, but I think he might be a little possum-like, be able to eat anything. I don't eat anything with legs that walks on land.
Yeah.
So shrimp, crab, lobster.
Lacto-vegetarian.
Right.
Lacto.
And it's pesco.
Yeah, sorry.
Ovo, pesco, lacto. So I'll drink a little bit of milk, although I really am lactose intolerant.
Egg, fish, and milk.
So primarily cheese, a little bit of milk. And yeah, there's only so much ice cream I can eat before I start getting sick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't mind the slightly cardboardy taste, there are cheeses that are not cheese. Yeah. You want me to have Quinn bring you the other coffee container too?
Mm-hmm.
No.
No.
Because we love them and name them and pick them up and let them stand on our shoulders and sometimes our head.
I make a special deal with any of my pets. I mean, it's a one-sided unilateral deal because they can't. But that if I name them and love them, they will never be in my pants. That is not to say that.
He probably wouldn't be able to do that unless he was on his own.
Yeah. Now the thing is, I don't know that I could have a pet around and not love it.
Yeah.
I'm not built that way. But in any case, if my pets died of not me intending to do it, I would prefer that they be eaten by somebody. It can't be me. It would mess with me too bad. But somebody who didn't know them, I think that's a more honoring way to make it go.
I probably will never do it, but the Water Brother ceremony from Stranger in a Strange Land, Robert Heinlein, has a thing at the end of life where you're supposed to eat at least a little bit of the person as a sharing, not wasting food. The idea really appeals to me, but
no, at the end of their life,
right.
When someone discorporates, you don't waste the food.
If you wait for the end of your life to eat people that have died before, or unless you can get everybody to die at the same time, it's complicated. And I guess if you're on your deathbed, then dying of botulism is probably not that big a deal. But dying of botulism.
Yeah, the only way to truly grok, he says. William says. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yes.
I'm not opposed.
My view is very skewed because I'm working on a fiction environment where that's very much the case. A generationship where
figure out how to twist his arm enough to make him actually publish any of the really interesting stuff that he's written.
Right now, I'm beta readers. I'm trying to get enough feedback to know it's any good. Yeah. You're welcome.
You're welcome.
But I'm working on a book, working title Humanity's Children, about a whole series of missions that are generation ships in the nearby stars. Generation ships. Yeah. a whole series of missions, 10 years apart, over 200 years. Generation ships to other stars, and it's got a whole crap ton of short stories in various settings of the universe. So it's mostly story. Yeah, it's a bit like that, but it's like this environment, and in that environment, everybody is sterilized. Nobody can have children on their own. That means they have to use all of their sex cells are stored.
They have to have
and they have to use sex cells from Earth that have been stored. That way we don't get a genetic drift. We have to stop evolution during the process. Otherwise, we will evolve to living on generation.
Not to mention, who knows how much radiation gets through the shielding, and what you get by the time you've gone through several generations to get to a place is different from what you're left with.
Yeah, the idea here is that the parents send off the children, and the sex cells of everybody who contributed to the project are sent. On the order of hundreds of thousands to millions of parents are sent at frozen. And everybody that's born along the way are the first generation offspring of those, ideally. And then once you arrive, then they are then free to make the grandchildren. So humanity's grandchildren, in very real genetic sense, are the direct ones. Nope. Everybody's the same generation, and they're all cousins. But they can't make inbreds because they can't breed. Oh, no, this is the actual missions, depending on the length, are between 700 and 5,000 years.
Yes, cousin.
I've done the math based on a bunch of assumptions that I've built in, and those assumptions are subject to change, which might change the math. But I've written the spreadsheets to optimize the path, including the original escape orbit, the Oberth effect orbit.
Can I expand on his original question a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a system that's referred to as RISUG. It was developed. I think it's been in some kind of development for about 25 years, and it has been and it has been tested in the U.S. and then in Canada and then in India, like full testing, like the testing never existed before, because there's money to be made in the testing process. But the basic idea existed in the original one, which is that the you know what the vas is? Yeah,
the vas deferens,
the channel that goes from your testicles and out through the ureter, penis out.
Yeah.
So it's the place that the sperm comes from, or goes past. It goes, the sperm goes through the vas. Okay, so this tactic is okay. I'll explain that later.
Okay.
Perhaps in a different venue.
Yes. Please.
So the process does not require a physician. It doesn't even really require a nurse. It just requires a certain amount of training, and gloves and a syringe. So what you do is you gather together the skin of the scrotum and inject the contents
We're already
of your
getting the gross out the feedback. Can you keep going?
of your syringe, which is a liquefied polymer, specifically styrene, like squeaky, and but liquid form, and you inject it into the vas, and they call it solidifies, but it never becomes rigid. What it does is, the reason that it's called squeaky is because when you rub it, it squeaks. And the reason it squeaks when you rub it is, though it might look fairly smooth, under a microscope, it's extremely jagged.
Just keeping it down here.
And
keep it away from the dog.
So far, they have done much testing over many years in different programs, and have not had sperm survive the path along the vas past the styrene. They've tested it many different ways, including human trials, 3 different times. It's proven. There's no doubt Rysig works. And all you do is inject, however many years later you may wish to reproduce, the technician and the gloves and the whole process happens again, but with a solvent that dissolves the styrene, and it flushes out of your body the normal way that your body gets rid of things that don't belong in there. So, and the only downside to it is that when somebody has been inhibited for their reproductive capabilities, there's a tendency for it to spike. So you're much more likely to get somebody pregnant with your sperm right after you have it reversed.
Sounds better than
There's sounds better to me.
Almost zero danger to it. There's it's easily reversed. It doesn't cost hardly anything. It doesn't require a person who has to be highly paid to do it. It would absolve women of the need to take birth control for the purpose of controlling birth. There's other things that those chemicals do that can help, but notoriously, a lifelong person taking those medications is likely to get some kind of cancer from it. There's a significant percentage of cancer in women who do birth control throughout their lives.
I think the spike is mostly in the breast cancer.
So that could be wiped out. You could just have, and this is, you brought up, somebody mentioned that you should have permission to bear children. I don't think it's just permission. I think, okay, to own certain weapons, you need to go to a class and show that you have an understanding of what you're doing by owning the weapon. I just think that you should have to go to a class. You should have to show that you are capable of caring for, being the kind of person who can care for, counseling, everything, to be sure that you're the best likelihood that you're going to be a passable parent. Okay. Well, you're saying in my ideal sort of government, and then asking me a personal question.
Do you have time for this? I want to. If you actually have a time frame, you have to get out of here.
No, I don't.
Otherwise, I was going to invite and just say host Quinn and have to throw you here. Okay.
Should we start over?
No, we're just continuing, and I'm just going to put Quinn where he.
gonna find a trash can.
Yeah, I got a spot.
Okay. All right. Oh, right. This stuff.
And you can observe yourself in the monitor to tell where you are in the frame. I'm not allowed to do that.
Oh yeah. You don't know how horrible you look right now.
I like the purple.
Oh wow, that's cool. So you said I'm asking you about your ideal government, but then asking you a personal question.
Right. I don't necessarily think that I should be the person who defines how the government works, but
okay.
But my personal thing, yes, I think the people should be I don't think we should be draconian and say, oh, you had a child the wrong way, we're going to take them from you. I believe that most people are capable of being adults. Maybe even some people who are really bad adults are made better adults by being parents.
Right.
So I don't want to try and rule so hard that I say, okay, you did the thing wrong, we're going to take your kid from you. But I can see maybe adding 2% to your taxes for the rest of your life.
Well, okay,
that's
so
a huge number eventually.
A slight penalization then.
It's big. It's just big,
Yeah.
small over time.
Right.
But on your lifetime, it's
big.
Dent.
Yeah. So do you? I mean, even though you don't feel like you should be the one to decide all these things, do you have an ideal system of government, like a way that you'd like to see the world?
Holy cow! He opened up the can. I am filled with opinions. I think there are things like this where we could save the medical system and people from the cost of birth control by this very inexpensive plan that is reversible.
Yeah.
So it's filled with choice,
easily reversible, unlike vasectomies.
Yes. Yeah. Extremely, an injection of a solvent, which I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming the solvent would be easier as an injection because the first stuff is thick and the second stuff is just a fluid.
Rather, an injection as opposed to what?
No, they'd both be injections. It's just that one is injecting something that's viscous and the other thing is injecting something that's essentially like water. So it would you just push the plunger, go in, that'd be it. The other one would be push the plunger at some sort of rate that doesn't explode the vas, and that's part of the training program for the technician.
Interesting.
But and I don't know that, I haven't looked at the details of that. It's in assumption.
Yeah, I'm interested. What's it called again? The acronym? Or is it an acronym?
I believe so, yeah. RISUG, RISUG. I've only ever seen it in capital letters with points after it.
But you don't know what it stands for? Okay. Ruining. That's where I stop. Okay. Well, you know what? This has been a cool SC. I think I have one more question actually. So
okay.
Like
but you opened another door that I'm hoping to move forward on besides this one subject.
The ideal form of government? Door?
My influence over government.
Okay.
Emperor foil, okay?
Okay. Well, I'd love to go down that after. You did say that you wouldn't want to take someone's kids away for having kids the wrong way because, that sometimes having kids make people better people, more responsible adults, whatever it might be. Is there any situation where kids should be taken away, in your opinion?
It's one of those slippery slope things because like right now there are many things that are in the public view that some people are adamant about and some people are have a difference of opinion. Wearing masks,
right?
How we should treat certain people with different colored skins.
Colored kin.
Yeah. Even white people, or I actually prefer to be referred to as, but
that you are.
But so lots of things, and we have seen, like with the women's Me Too movement, we have seen that public opinion can slip deeply into affecting people's lives.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't think the way I do, and I'm somehow feeling traumatized because of somebody who didn't think the way I did. And therefore, they should, whatever their talents are, whatever their commitment and dedication and service to society has been for their whole life, that should be wiped out.
Right. Yeah. Me Too is a crazy movement.
I think that most guys, whether they're willing to say it out in public or not.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
So,
it's just like there's so many who I think really deserved what came to them, and I think that the movement was altogether a good thing. Just imagining it, I feel like the pendulum maybe swung too far one
yes,
way, and then
that's what we do, though.
yeah, I guess that's what we have to do.
No, I don't agree that it's what we have to do. It is what humans habitually do. We see a thing that's too far in one direction and we go all the way past the center to the other direction.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So what this seems like a question that would take maybe a long time to answer, but you seemed interested in it. Like, what is your ideal form of government? If you're Emperor Foyle, how do you
Well,
run things?
if I'm Emperor Foyle, you know, I want to. I would get a whole slew of people to research different ways of doing things.
Okay.
Like I comprehend capital punishment,
Mhm.
but if I'm in charge and I don't want to tell somebody else this person acted enough out of line that we think we should kill them. I don't want to tell somebody else that they should kill them. Neither do I want to be the person who goes
kill
up
them.
and through some methodical thing where I'm really thinking it out, and the last part of it is me going bye bye and clicking the button, and the enormous slab of steel comes down and splatters them.
Uh-huh.
And then we have the.
So you don't want to kill anyone directly or indirectly, is what I'm hearing you say.
I'm not opposed to if somebody goes berserk and picks up a double bit axe and comes after my family, they will be dead.
Okay.
I have no doubt. I won't hesitate.
Right.
But in a methodical program of figuring out that they acted badly and coming down to a thing where they need to be taken out of society,
Uh-huh.
I neither wish to have them killed nor have them sit in a prison cell for the rest of their life.
Okay.
Neither one seems.
What is the?
I don't know. So that's what I'm suggesting, is that I'd put a bunch of people together on figuring out how could we medicate them for long enough. Could we medicate them and somehow somehow re-educate them while they're out. For one thing, also that would reduce the cost
of prison,
right? Because then you could store a bunch of people in a very small maintenance area while you're reprogramming them, and perhaps even part of reprogramming is as the ruler, I can't get caught up in this, but just my thought is, if we could, while reprogramming them psychologically, go through their system physically and fix anything that we can find that might be a limitation to them that they might be bitter about in their life, so that when they come out the other side, they're thinking better and they're as close to
normal,
premium, pristine health state.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. I mean, so it sounds like, I mean, just even beyond the specific issue, like you would just invest more money into like research and like think tanks.
I'm really against money.
Interesting. Okay, what could you elaborate?
Well, money begets the system of differences between people and class. Developing a sense that it's okay to do this one little thing because I'm going to make more money, then leads to, well, if I can do this one little thing, then I can do this, and then your morality slowly evaporates in favor of wealth and position over somebody else.
Right. So I'm curious, like, are class distinctions irrelevant or illusory to you? Like,
no, I comprehend them. I see them. I understand the psychological motivation behind the idea that I want to have my life be easier than the next guy's. But I think, in fact, I would prefer a society, at least a planetary society, that that shows everybody as actually being equal, and nobody having to be in a position of deciding. Like I said, you opened a whole can of worms because I have opinions about everything. Why are people terrorists? Because they don't have something that they think they're supposed to have. And
it could be a whole slew of things.
Well, yeah, but they mainly the place where people act out in a way that is abhorrent is because they don't feel like they have a choice. They need all that they can. The only way that they can get the attention of somebody else to go against the thing that is their plight is to do something that actually will get attention.
Right.
Going out and holding up a sign is what do they call it? Milk toast.
Yeah, the word.
Yeah.
MILQUE, toast.
I didn't know there was difference in spelling. I was just making the assumption that it referred to toast in milk, which is.
I thought there was a word milk, like milk. But anyways,
I could be wrong. I'm often wrong. Ask any of my girlfriends
and boyfriend.
Yes.
If you could, so you want. I heard you saying that money. You're not a fan, essentially, for lack of better words on my part, and that you want the actual reality of equality amongst all people. How do you go about achieving that? Like
it's basically it's got to be over time. Asking me to take defend my idea by telling you exactly how I'm going to do it. I don't know. Get 100,000 people to work on it until they figure it out.
That's just the goal.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Do you think all positions are equal?
They are not
from
now.
Doctors to janitors.
They are not now, but they could be. When you idealize that everybody, and I realize I'm totally talking about something that sounds like communism. I'm not against communism. I'm just against people doing it, because every time people do it, they turn into murdering bastards that kill everybody who doesn't agree with them.
We need AI to do it.
I am much a fan of that. I'm also a fan of Skynet not coming down and killing off all the humans.
Right.
So.
That could be a problem. Okay, so you think the only reason why maybe we view doctors as maybe above janitors is like an arbitrary idealization of doctors?
I think that we that is not a boat sinking due to being under fire. Okay. Okay.
Nope, Oil's getting called to war.
I'll have to check that later. Okay. And to go on airplane mode here so that
That's kind of mean.
There we go.
Okay, sweet. That lady from last time was here. Did she want to have a conversation?
No, she was just making sure that we had contact. We should want to make sure my password. And so, Gigi, her name is Susan, Susan, and if you want, you can change titles. The fan of Thurgood Marshall video.
Hey, Kimberly.
just mine.
I'm back. Okay, sweet.
I
Okay,
kind of
I-
answer your position of how we do it. I think it takes a lot of steps over a lot of time with just a notion that we want to like the first step. Okay, how long has it been since we've considered the 40-hour week as standard?
I don't even know.
1940s, 1950s, something like that, maybe. It's
So
been a long time.
reducing that.
Yes, I have a plan. It's 30-hour week, and all if you have, I realize, especially because my own is different, but that not everybody is two people together as a couple with children. But
Yeah.
just based on that as the starting
The
point,
norm. Yeah.
if we have a mandate for all employers to do their best so that any two adults who are responsible for children will have opposing shifts so that they work 10 hours a day, 3 days a week, and it's somehow or other a mixture so that the two people are not working at the same time. Thereby putting a parent in the home at all times and allowing for at least one day a week where the whole
see each
family can be together.
Right. You said 10 hours a week for
no,
each of
10
them?
hours a day, 3 days a week.
Oh, okay.
So 30 hours.
Okay.
So we're reducing from
3 and
40
3.
to 30 hours.
Right.
It means the unemployment can go down to close to zero
Uh-huh.
when we're at ideal. It means that more can get done in society. It means it does almost completely wipe out the childcare industry. But that is really, really hard on young couples starting out.
Right.
Having enough money to work and take care of their children is sometimes a choice of yay or nay.
Right. Yeah.
And then if it's nay, then they have to live in a low income neighborhood and commute, which makes their lives hellish.
Yeah.
So I want to get rid of that.
Right.
No offense to those people who do that, but just have.
I don't see how that's offensive, unless they love it.
Well, you're telling them the thing that they decided to do with their lives is no longer valid. So that seems a little offensive, but for the greater good, I would say do something else.
Okay.
I don't think it takes a huge amount of training to get there.
Right.
So retraining shouldn't be too hard.
Interesting.
But that's the first step. And
does that, in your mind, eliminate any level of productivity that we have?
I don't believe so. I think it increases it.
How so?
Because the people who are working there full time, there's another adjustment that the people who are working less hours are going to get a little bit less money. So I need the employers to give a little bit more. But we kind of, at least in California, we already did that with the $15 an hour minimum wage.
Yeah.
So I think everybody could work it out, and we'd all be better off. I think another thing sort of similar to that is that we have systems in place to make sure that all companies working are fair to every other company.
Okay.
And
so eliminating
I think a lot of that ends up being a dumbing down of progress. So I want to see that as well as trying to be as fair as we can, a definite mandate on the part of all business to move forward as quickly as possible in relation to new technology coming out of university. I mean, it's fine if it's some genius comes out of nowhere and invents something, fine. But primarily, most of the tech is coming out of university. Tech in hardware, software, and chemistry. physics, whatever it is, all the new discoveries go, now they're taking 15, 20 years to get to full development.
Right.
And I think we could do it in 3 if we were really focused, in most cases.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, the more things that advance more quickly and are put into society, the more quickly everybody has a better quality of life.
Right.
So a better quality of life by working less hours, a better quality of life by making sure that somebody's around to take care of the children, a better upbringing of children, a better education for children, uh, a better, more relaxed mentality for adults with or without children.
Yeah.
And over time, a lessening of hours, and as part of that tech increase, we're also going to have an increase in automation. It's just going to be the natural flow of things. So move towards automation as quickly as possible, and as the unemployment goes up, reduce the hours. Just keep doing that until we don't have people going to work. And when we don't have people going to work, then it'll all be a service. There will be people going to work because there'll be a service side,
right?
And it'll be volunteerism.
Wow.
And it'll be free education, because if everything that's work is volunteer, then educate the heck out of the people who don't want to do those service jobs.
Yeah. I gotta say, I like your plan. I think it's the best possible way that we can move forward with, like automation and AI and all that kind of stuff. There's some pretty dystopian futures, potentials with AI. I think Skynet and all that kind of. But yeah, I really like your plan. I dig it. Thanks for talking with me.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah, I'm gonna put these off.
Yeah, I've been wearing mine about 3 times as long as you have, and
indents in your ears.
Yes, I've been saving that.
Oh, you might grab a fresh one.
I rolled it up. It's moist enough, and I'm only wiping off with the part I didn't touch. I swear.
Yes. Yes. You are a better hawker of people than myself.
Okay.
Thank you. What do you guys have going on there?
It's 5-minute interview. You want to do one when you come back? That'd be great.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, I'm gonna grab my stuff.
I only ever learned to hawk selling juggling lessons, and I did it quietly. Go out into that's to go out into the crowd and hawk people in.
Oh, okay.
I prefer Barker, but
Barker, yeah. I think Barker might also be a really good.
people go out when the second one goes out. It's ad hoc.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that. Yeah, it's Renaissance Fair, and the way I would do it is I wouldn't so much invite him for a juggling lesson. I just go out and play with him, and I would sit there and juggle in front of him. I say, "Go ahead, just grab my balls."
Oh, yikes! That's a bit.
At Renaissance Fair, you're supposed to be a little naughty.
Yeah.
So I'm grab my balls, and of course there's the pretend as if I'm pulling away from somebody who was doing something else. Pretend that somebody was grabbing my pants and react as if they were.
Right.
It's bullshit like that. That's the standard. At Renaissance Fair, you're supposed to be naughty like that. But then, let's see. How long will the show last? At least another 2 hours. Oh, looking nice. Got nice side plane going. I noticed that you're throwing off your little fingers. That's a really good sign for the inside shower. Throwing off these fingers as opposed to these. Whereas with schoolyard, you tend to throw off these fingers. Schoolyard is where you throw it forward and catch rearward. The downside of a schoolyard, that's the way a lot of people learn to juggle, is this thing like this. And they're doing it in a plane like this. The plane is like this. See you later. And are you going to come up and he's going to come meet you? Great. Great. Yeah, usually there's a lot more SE, no doubt. You're welcome for the lovely stream. Anyway, with schoolyard, the plane is like this. And then with other traditional juggling, the plane is 90 degrees from that. It's in this axis. And the difference is, if you're throwing from the inside fingers, thank you. If you're throwing from the inside fingers like this, up, like this,
Hey there.
then throwing on the inside there, if you make an error, it doesn't magnify the next one. However, if you're doing this, any error that you make in throwing forward and then coming and throwing backwards will magnify, and you'll make a small error, and the next one is a bigger area, and the next one is a bigger error, and then you no longer can catch because you're behind your own head.
Hey there. You have 5 minutes?
Hey, hey.
Come on.
Oh, we're just sitting here talking to people about what they believe and why. Care to grab a headset? We wiped it. Ah, yes. Could you hand him a mask? I think there's a bunch of...
I have a bandana.
Okay, that'll work. Thank you. So, what's your name? First name?
Chris?
Chris. So, Chris, tell me a thing that you think is true about the world. Something that affects your behavior. Something that is something you make choices based on.
Well, I believe that our reality is created by our beliefs.
Ah, okay.
So I think that every choice that we make in every moment creates a certain trajectory for our life.
This is just an object question. You're, of course, welcome to have one, but that's not why I'm offering to you. In that box, would you say that there is either an even or an odd number of candies in the box?
Oh, I think it depends on what perspective you're looking through.
Okay. If he were to insist that there was an even number and I were to be certain that there was an odd number, keep in mind we have not opened the box and counted it. I think somebody may have taken one, but we haven't counted it.
Yeah.
Would we be wrong? Would one of us be wrong?
No.
No.
That's an interesting point that you bring up, because I think right now as a humanity we're stuck in this loop of where we're constantly trying to control others. And by controlling others, I mean we're constantly trying to convert other people to believe in what we believe in.
Right.
Instead of allowing them to have their own expression.
I see.
And instead allowing them to have their own experience. So from your perspective,
yeah,
that would be true if you were to say there's an even amount of Tic Tacs in there. But it'd also be true from his perspective.
That there's an odd amount.
Yeah. If you're looking through the lens of a quantum, that we live in a quantum universe.
Okay.
Everything is happening simultaneously.
Yes.
So every truth is true, and every truth and every belief system is what's the word?
So is this like somewhere in the multiverse it's true, and we might be in different places in the multiverse, or?
Yeah, I believe that's true as well.
It's just within the potential probability or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, blissful day. Thank you.
I think that's true as well, but I don't think necessarily anybody's beliefs is higher or lower than another.
Okay.
So I believe that we should all allow people to have their expression and to
Okay.
have their experience, whether that is something that you agree with or not.
Are there things in the world that you just fervently disagree with?
Yeah, I disagree that war is something that's bad. You know, people are dying. Sex trafficking is
Okay.
something that's huge on our planet right now.
Okay.
There's children that are being trafficked all throughout the world. That is something that I don't agree with and that I think should be stopped. But at the same time, I believe that there's a higher force working through everything.
Okay.
And that if something, if that higher force allowed that to happen,
Yeah.
then there's a much bigger reason for that.
Okay. Is this higher force intelligent?
Yes.
Okay. I assume it might be even knowledgeable, maybe even like knows everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what I believe in is that there's a source, that everything is consciousness. All of us are part of this one unified field consciousness. And it's the life force that works through everything, that is all of creation, that is on an energetic level. This isn't really physical, this table. This started as an idea.
Table, okay.
Yeah, this started as energy.
Okay.
And by attuning your mind and through taking action, this became physical.
Okay. So the form of the table was imagined by a table maker. And then the materials of the table were gathered together and stuck into a table making machine, and the table maker made it into a table.
Exactly.
Okay.
But I think the question that kind of, you should ask as well is that, was that table maker's thought? Was that truly your idea? Or can we begin to open up our minds and explore that maybe that idea and that thought has always existed, and it's just something that you came in contact with in that moment?
It seems obvious to me that the first table was lost to history.
Yeah.
We wrote down history, and the very first one was written on a table. Shit, where did that come from?
Yeah.
Yeah. So somebody from the audience asked, if we opened the box, oops, let me make sure I can see it. If we opened the box and actually count them, and we count an odd number, can the person who said even still be right? That was me. He said odd, I said even, if I remember right. But anyway, so they asked, can I still be right if we counted them and found it was odd? You counted them, he counted them, I counted them, we all counted odd. So we're sharing that much of reality. Does that mean I'm wrong?
Well, I think if you were to look at things from a third dimensional perspective, from a physical perspective, yes, there would be somebody that is wrong and there would be somebody that is right, because there's a specific amount of tic-tacs that are there.
Yeah.
But I think the higher that you go in terms of perspective, there is no right and wrong.
Okay.
Because this is just energy. We're just perceiving it to be a specific amount.
Okay.
But you can't quantify energy.
Oh, can't quantify energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's infinite. It's something that's always expanding.
All right.
You can't.
Somebody
it's not
says relativity. Yes.
Yeah, it's all relative.
Yeah.
Energy is something that's not tangible. You can't box. You can't hold energy in your hand.
Okay. Okay. When you speak energy, are you using the same terms as a particle physicist would, or do you mean energy is in a spiritual sense, or there's a bunch of different definitions of energy?
Yeah, well, I believe, from both perspectives. I think somebody that's quantum physicist versus somebody that's a spiritual teacher, I think they're both talking about the same thing, but they're just viewing it through different lenses.
Okay.
So a quantum physicist would be observing that energy and the effects of it in our physical realm through a more logical and scientific mindset, whereas somebody that's spiritual would be observing and coming to their conclusions based on a more abstract perspective.
Okay. Quinn, did you throw me a confidence? Sorry to interrupt your conversation. Thank you. This is just a needle just for discussion. So if I were to, I guess the question is about this source.
Uh-huh.
If this were, the source is just an idea, it doesn't have any meaning in the world, and source is everything. It's a major thing, and if we don't understand source, we're not going to be successful. Maybe. Where would you find yourself on that? Sorry, don't want to put it to a spot there first.
I wouldn't find myself at any place on that.
Okay.
Because that still implies separation, that there's this and that. But it's all of it.
Okay.
And that's dependent on your choice and the beliefs that you hold. And it's not something that's, oh, this is right, this is wrong. It's really all down to your choice, because we have free will. It's like, how do you want to experience your life?
Okay.
I could choose to believe that this is all just a coincidence.
Yes.
That there's no higher power, that we're just here to live our lives and then we die.
Okay.
Or I could choose to believe in something that is more abstract.
Yeah.
And that's what I choose to believe in, because that's just it. To me, it's just more fun. Why not?
So I've got two hypotheticals.
Uh-huh.
One is something you don't know today.
Uh-huh.
Could be true, could be not. Doesn't matter for what we're talking about. Something you could learn tomorrow. It's the kind of information that would make you think more abstract is a better strategy. What kind of information could you learn to say that your notion of abstraction is in fact a really useful, beneficial mindset?
Well, that's the funny thing about the way that reality works, is that we're always being shown, we're always having confirmation of what we believe in.
Yeah.
So from that perspective, it doesn't really matter, because if you believe that there's no God, then you're going to be shown that.
Yeah.
And your things are going to keep popping up into your life to show you that, hey, look, there's no God. So it's all the way our reality responds to how we show up. So it responds to our energy, it responds to our beliefs. So if I'm pulsing out, it's like a push and pull, it's electric and magnetic. If I'm pulsing out something that's like, this is the one way, this is what I believe to be true, then that's going to come back to me.
Yeah. So, all right. I think I get that.
Uh-huh.
It's so abstract.
Yeah. But that's
fits.
the great thing about it. You don't have to get it.
Yeah.
It's not something that you have to get. It's more of something that's intuitive. Like, it either feels right or it doesn't.
Yeah. Okay. So the other hypothetical, the one that goes the other direction, what kind of thing could you learn to think that the abstract view is not best? Reduce your confidence that the abstract view is the right approach.
Just playing off of that perspective, you want to be balanced. If you're too in the ether, if you're not grounded in what's going on here and in this world, you're going to be in for, a rude awakening.
Yeah.
Things are going to happen in your life that are going to tell you, like, hey, like, you need to, like, be grounded in what's happening, you know? Like, there's bad things that are happening on this world, and if you're too abstract, you'd be like, oh, like, it's all airy-fairy, like, everything will be okay. And it's like, yeah, from the grander point of view, everything will work itself out. But, like, right now, that's not what's occurring. That's not what we're experiencing. So, I think it just depends on where you are as a person, because I believe that the universe will always align you into that balance.
Yeah.
Like, if you're too far over here, it's going to show you that. It's going to be like, hey, like, you need to kind of get back into your center, because, then you could develop biases.
Yeah.
And then your whole perspective is just,
I really try to recognize bias where I see it in myself.
Yeah.
I try to ignore it in other people, because that doesn't help. It doesn't help for me to call out somebody else's
Yeah.
biases.
And other people aren't your responsibility. So it's really, I believe, like this life, this is an internal, work that you have to do on yourself.
Yeah.
You'll never be able to control something outside of yourself.
Yeah.
As much as you try, as much as, I want that, that box to be red,
Yeah.
it won't be red, So
Right.
it's like you just waste so much energy and so much time trying to make people be a certain way when it's just like you just got to let them do them and focus on yourself.
Yeah, indeed. That's a good lesson.
Yeah.
I'm out of questions. The room has 2 questions so far.
Okay.
Does believing in something make it true? If you believe in something, does that manifest in reality? Does that change reality?
I think in terms of personal reality,
Yeah.
because I believe that we all have our own personal reality. Me and you can experience, the same thing and have 2 different perspectives on it, feel
Yes.
2 different types of way on it. But we do share a collective reality. Like there is a presidential election that's going on right now.
Yes.
That's something that we can all agree on. That's
Yeah.
not like, oh, in my reality, that's not happening. It's like, no, we're all experiencing that.
Yes.
So I believe, yeah, it's relative. But there are certain things that as a collective are true. Like the trees are green, It's
Okay.
not like something, but I don't think it's so as fixed as people think it is.
Right.
I think if you believe you're gonna like get cancer and die, you're only
Uh-huh.
gonna keep perpetuating creating that experience for
Right.
yourself.
So someone asked, does believing COVID is a hoax change someone's outcome? This does not imply that you're believing COVID is a hoax.
No, I don't believe. Can you say the question one more time?
It says, does believing COVID is a hoax, for example, change someone's outcomes as far as like their exposure to COVID or whether COVID is a danger to them or anything like that? Ooh, thank you.
I want to say yes and no.
Yes.
Because COVID is a thing.
Yeah.
People are getting sick. This is a thing that collectively we have agreed to experience. There's a virus that's out there. But I think if personally you have a belief that, I'm not going to get sick, it's not something that's going to happen to me, that's just going to be shown. That's just going to be reinforced.
Okay.
So that's going to then slot into your own personal reality where, you might have somebody in your family that's sick, but since you believe that this isn't something that's real, this is a hoax, this is, fear mongering, whatever it may be. Yeah, I believe that can change the outcome of your experience.
Yeah. I wonder in what way I agreed, or maybe I didn't, because maybe it only requires a majority and I was in the minority.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about it. It doesn't really matter if you agree or not, because everybody's on their own path.
Yeah.
Everybody's living their own life.
I think I made a boo-boo.
Uh-huh.
We're live streaming. Were you clear about that?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, good. I forgot to ask you on camera. Are you okay with being recorded
I'm
in
okay.
live stream? I'm glad.
I figured that. I
Thank
saw
you.
the cameras.
Thank you. I'm supposed to do that at the beginning. And
Yeah.
I slipped up. Thank you. I'm out of questions. I appreciate hearing.
Perfect.
I really enjoyed this conversation.
Perfect. Me too. Thanks for inviting me.
I'd like to offer you one of these little squeezy thingies. One color. These are
for what reason? Just to take?
It's an obvious bribe to get you to come back for the other 2 if you want to for more conversations.
I'm okay. But I'm gonna go for my hike and
enjoy your hike.
Yeah, if I feel like talking again when I come back down, then I'll take you up on that opportunity.
Oh, and do you have any questions for me? I don't want to hide behind neutrality.
No, I thank you for inviting me, and I think what you guys are doing here is awesome. Because it kind of, you get to see different people's perspectives, and it kind of it opens up, for the people that are watching. Really, it opens up. That I think we could become so fixed in the way that we live our lives, and to hear somebody, hear somebody else's outlook, it could be refreshing.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I heard you over there having another conversation. I was not paying attention to the details of it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's totally in balance. We want that. We're not having any trouble with selectivity.
He didn't want to. But
Cool.
how was that?
That was great. That was great. It was since you offered him 5 minutes, I had time pressure.
Oh,
And I think I stayed within 10.
sorry about that.
No, I don't mind. When I'm doing teaching, some formats are 10 minutes, some formats are 25 minutes, some formats are open-ended. In my DMs, I have a record 3.5 hour Linkus one. That's rare. Usually they don't go over 90 minutes. Oh, it was with video. Oh, just a private video. Yep, yep. Yeah.
What's up, man? Got 5 minutes?
Okay. Too many people at once. That's okay.
Hey guys. 5 minutes for an interview.
Ooh. That looks playful.
Sure.
I think it's yours.
If you'd like.
We'll do the social.
Okay. Here, I'll get you a little.
So how do we speakers grab one two headsets so that they can both hear?
Look that up.
Epistemology. Is this
If
like
you-
a podcast?
Kind of. Yeah, we're live streaming.
Oh, really?
So the first thing is, are you okay with being live streamed and recorded?
I'm okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
This is going on YouTube right now,
Okay.
and you're doing this.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we on camera?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cool.
Hey.
Hey.
Right here, and I will turn it so that
Okay.
this needs a whole reset. So let me see.
That looks good.
Good.
Awesome.
All right.
Can you guys hear me from over there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because we
Yeah.
only have one pair of headphones, but if I'll just speak at this volume.
Okay.
And I'm going to turn it way, way up so that somebody talks from the room, you can hear them. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. So what are you guys' names?
Brianna.
Brianna,
Healthy.
Kelsey, I'm Quinn. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet
Nice to
you.
meet you.
So essentially what we're doing is just like we ask people something that they believe. It could be anything like social, political, spiritual. It could be your favorite TV show, but we like it if it's something like more contentious or like important, I guess.
Deeper.
Yeah, deeper,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
Does anything come to mind for either of you? I think if you're gonna do it together, it might be best if it's something you agree on. Is there anything like that?
I mean, I feel like to be answered separately because I feel like it's like very personal.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you know what you want to say?
I think right now, especially with everything going on in our like current state of the world, I feel that people need to really start to think about having having constructive conversations and addressing important issues that we're still currently like dealing with work for better towards.
Hmm.
And that right now, even though things are very tense, not feel great, we need to be reactive at the right times and listen at, like, not make everything an argument, not make everything like, okay, like F you for thinking this, F you
Right.
for thinking that. Like, allowing ourselves to have open and constructive conversation and to realize that the fight that we're fighting is far from over and that no one person is not going to fix everything
Okay.
and that we need to continue to like work together in like a positive way
Okay.
and stick up for things when you need to stick up for them. Make sure that you are, you're not arguing just to argue, like,
Right.
because right now it also feels like there's like a lot of hurt going on too, which there is, and we need to recognize that.
Yeah.
But kind of like have a time and place because, and then through all of this too, we do need to like
That's a lot.
at the end of the
Yeah.
day.
So I just have a couple questions for you, and then we
Mm-hmm.
can move on to if you have a
Yeah.
different claim or But so I heard a couple things like we need to learn when to have open-ended conversation as opposed to like being reactive. But you're saying there is a time for that for being
Mhm.
reactive. What kind of time? Like when is it okay to be reactive in your opinion?
When somebody's like really wrong.
Okay, like
And
super,
there's
like
just
very
like
wrong.
no way. There's just like no way to justify.
Can you
like,
hear yourself?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can. And there's no way to justify like that behavior because it's just not acceptable.
Okay, so
I
when
think-
someone does something unjustifiable,
Yeah.
you can it's okay to react with maybe anger or something.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you have any examples of things that are sort of like that, like unjustifiable act?
Yeah, just like when people say really awful things that like nobody should.
Okay.
And just I don't know, people hurting each other for like
Physically?
yeah,
Okay.
physically and mentally, emotionally, just like to tear people down. Because I noticed that there is
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have something else that you'd like to talk about or on the same topic, maybe?
I mean, I think what she said is really profound,
Okay.
and I with all of it. We actually had a conversation that was concerning all of this morning,
Okay.
and I mean, what I want to say, I guess, that's going off of it is that I actually think we all have a lot more in common than you know,
Then we think.
than we think we
Okay.
do. And I know that might sound like glib or like hippie-ish or whatever you want to call it, like love is all LA, but I believe it
Right.
and it's true.
Okay.
And there's a way to connect with everybody. And like I will repeat what you said, and even if somebody you can listen respectfully.
Okay.
And I think often it feels like we're like it feels like it. I think it always is.
Okay. So I want to just ask, like, you say that reasonable debate is always an option. Would you go so far as to say that distinguishes you from her view that there are times when being more reactive or instinctual is better than having a reasoned debate? Okay.
I think reasonable. I think the part of that kind of touches where it's like, yeah, it is okay. It's okay to be reactive. Like
Okay.
my aunt said to me the other day, she said, sometimes it's actually okay to judge.
Mm.
Don't point your finger. Don't be mean about it. There's a way to do it, but it's okay.
When is
And
that?
I agree 100% with what she just died. Here.
Oh no. Okay.
It's okay. But I do think there are times when it's appropriate to react.
Uh-huh. And I'm curious for you, when is that? Like, when is it okay to judge or react in that way?
I think when somebody's in the rights of another or making a personal attack against another person, that's
A personal infringing upon the rights of another or making a personal attack on someone.
yeah, whether it's a personal judgment based on somebody's appearance or whatever it is.
Okay.
I think that I think anybody who sees that kind of I don't know if it's coming off as
Uh-huh.
well within their right.
Um, so, and I just want to, I don't want to put words in your mouth. So, are you saying like when someone makes, when someone judges you, like when someone judges someone else, like say I were to judge you,
Yeah.
you would then be justified in judging me based on the fact that I'm judging you? Okay, I misheard maybe. Like, so you're saying what would be considered a personal attack then? Like just violence?
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Okay. Is there any words that warrant oh, like if I were to say something horrible to you, like do you feel you would then have the right to retaliate?
I don't think
Okay.
I'm
Is there
talking.
anything I could say to you that would justify you being judgmental to me?
Yeah.
That
You
was
know.
fucked up.
um,
Okay. So you would just you wouldn't judge me as a person. You would
No.
just judge the action of me judging you, say, or saying something horrible to you.
I guess I feel like it's sounding different, but
What, your original statement? Oh, it's I think I for the most part agree on a personal level.
yeah.
But like uh okay, so just a couple more questions for both of you. On a scale of 0 to 100, how how confident are you on this belief? I know it's kind of abstract, like an abstract, weird question.
I don't know. Sure, I'm really sure that I'm right, but
Wow, I've never heard that one.
I would insert that here because
You're 75?
yeah, I'm never gonna sit here and say the unequivocal.
Uh-huh.
That's not something I like.
So you're not 100% on anything.
No, I'm open to listening and hearing people out and saying my views.
Okay. So that's admirable. You?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, I don't think you have to also know people are going to make mistakes and are going to slip up. And I think the only way you can better yourself is be open to accepting that mistake or be open to constructive criticism. You know what I mean? That only helps you change. That only betters you as a person because we're all subject to slip up, mess up. You know, like we're human.
Yeah.
You know, we're not gonna have any.
All right, no one's perfect. So where would you be on that scale if you had to put yourself there?
Yeah, probably like 60 or 70%. Like I don't know. It's like the whole like I can never say because there's still so much in
Uh-huh.
general.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is like your guys's the reason you guys aren't at 100% on this belief is more or less because like you you feel you're just open to new information and uh really open to the fact that you might be wrong about
Yeah.
it.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Um someone has a question. Oh, we have like a live audience here. Someone has a question.
Oh, hi. I forgot there was an audience.
Is it possible for people to come to a hasty conclusion when judging? I think I put.
I
Okay.
hate.
Yeah, like let's say someone is wearing like do you guys remember when Kanye West wore that like Confederate flag shirt?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's say like someone's wearing that shirt out. Like I think based on my instincts and my intuition, I would hastily judge that person to be a racist. But perhaps digging deeper, that might not be the case. Do you think that it's possible that that person isn't a racist, say?
I think in the sense like Kanye wearing it, like you said, what, last year?
I think that was 3 years ago.
Okay, I mean, Kanye wearing it 3 years ago is a little like, maybe that's not the best fashion choice.
He's black.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
contact your rep.
and then, but then it's also like you look at people who wear like vintage Leonard Skinner shirts or like NASCAR from like back in the day that do have that flag on it, and it's not necessarily. I wouldn't necessarily be like, okay, that person's wearing like a vintage NASCAR shirt that just might be like a fashion, like, okay, maybe will look at it now and be like, okay, maybe I shouldn't wear this now.
Right.
But it's also like, if you have this vintage shirt, or maybe it belonged to somebody you love or something like that. I don't know,
There's a
but I think there's a fine line.
Yeah.
Like if I saw somebody wearing like a straight up shirt with a Confederate flag, I'd be like, okay, take that off. But if you're like, say, how you have like a vintage Jeff Gordon shirt or something,
Yeah,
or like,
that's what I was talking about. Was
yeah.
like literally just wearing the flag as a shirt.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
do you make a judgment on that person?
I would ask them why they're wearing it. I would be like, okay, like if they were in my circle or I was hanging out with them, I'd be like, why do you?
And then, so you wouldn't make any judgments before you have a conversation with them?
I mean, I might, depending on like how they like present themselves, but then I just might be like, I would need to know why you
Right.
didn't get paid to wear it.
Yeah. What about you?
I mean, my reaction whenever I see you wearing flag, like, oh, okay, like you're doing
Weirdo.
that.
Yeah.
You're, and you
What-
don't see it a lot in LA.
Yeah. I mean,
but
what do you have thoughts about that person when you see them?
yeah,
Like,
I mean, I definitely do.
okay.
I'd be lying if I said
Yep. I
it's
appreciate the
not like
honesty.
fun to admit that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
I just don't. I don't understand why. I lived in South Carolina. On there, where we're prevalent.
Okay.
We grew up in Connecticut,
Yeah.
and there were
Oh,
kids that
shit.
like flew it on the back of their car, and we were just like, "Do you know what that means?"
Yeah.
Like,
Did you guys come out here together? Or?
so she's visiting me.
Oh, okay.
I live here. She actually landed last night in Philly.
You're still in Connecticut? Or?
No, I live in Philadelphia.
Oh, Philly. She just said
Yeah.
that. My bad.
Okay.
Okay, so thanks for your time. I have one more question for
Yeah.
both of you. On your 75% and I think you said 60 or something. Is there anything that could like roll you back? Like any new experiences or information that could change where you're at on the scale from 0 to 100?
And being so sure of what we just said.
Yeah, is there anything that you could learn to make you go either up the scale or down the scale?
I feel like it's such a broad subject that that's a difficult question to
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah, the whole thing is really abstract.
It is very abstract.
Yeah,
I-
this topic in
yeah.
particular.
I
I
feel
know.
I feel like I'd hope it could go up, but I'm willing to accept if it go, because I'm not gonna, like, as you're still trying to figure out for your, like, I would want it to, like, I want to keep
Right.
about things. It's also just like making sure you have the information to back it up. Also, when it comes to these conversations, maybe normalizing saying I don't know enough.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
let me find the information, come back,
Right. Like,
or like let me get the facts and we can come back to this conversation.
yeah, it's really hard. I'm trying to come up with an example, but it's hard for me because like this whole thing that I'm doing is based on just the spirit of having conversations with people that you disagree with. So,
Okay.
but I think maybe the only thing that maybe could convince me is some sort of like really long form study that having just rational conversations with people is ineffective or something like that the only effective way to enact change is by, I don't know,
Yeah.
beating people over the head or something.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah, if that seemed like the case based on just experience and history, maybe I'd have to change my mind, you know. But I'm pretty much there with you guys. So yeah, thanks for sitting down.
Yeah, no problem.
Feel free to take a water.
Thank
Really?
you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
totally. Oh, right. We have these squeezy puzzle pieces. And you guys are welcome to take one. They're just like toys to take. And just remind you of the conversation, I guess.
Oh,
That's
thank
fun.
you.
I love
But
that.
you can only take one
Yeah, no,
piece.
We can only take one
And
piece.
it's supposed
That's okay.
it's
That's
supposed to
hilarious, right?
incentivize you to come back, but
Yeah,
you don't have to.
No, you take it because.
Like our nails, like your nails.
Sweet.
I'm
Like the
curious.
red
Do you
pill.
have an answer to the question that you asked?
What was the question I asked again?
You're like, what did I ask? Are you asking everybody the same question, or are you asking it every time? Oh.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. What question were you asking in particular that I
What
asked?
universal belief?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like, what belief do I
Yeah,
have?
like what's a
I've got a
strong
bunch.
belief?
Like, uh, I have some weird ones. Like, I think that the universe is eternal. Like, there was no start to it.
Yeah, there's
Mhm.
no Big Bang.
There was no Big
It's
Bang.
always
There's no
been-
God. I'm an atheist too. Like, I just think it's always been happening. Which I'm sure someone will come along and prove me wrong on that. But that's where I'm at right now. That I'm pro-choice.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've just got. I could keep going on forever
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
things.
These are more complex things than
Yeah.
what we said, but
It's fun
Yeah.
to investigate those abstract ones, though, for
Yeah.
sure.
well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's really good to
Thanks.
meet you.
Brianna and
Kelsey.
Kelsey. Good to
Yeah.
meet you guys.
Nice to meet
Yeah.
you too. What's your name?
Quinn.
Quinn
I'm Dolly.
and Dolly.
Yeah, nice to
Cool.
meet you guys.
Nice to meet you guys.
You guys have a good day.
Yeah, you
too.
too. Take care.
Those are my sunglasses. All right, thank you guys.
Bye.
I was having lots of fun playing with the scenes during that.
Oh, that's where that went.
I stole it from you.
Dang.
Juggling lessons. Juggling. Here you go. Yes. Good.
Mind
I don't mind.
tracking.
It's great. Hello. Nope, hasn't been the burning question on a live one. Nope. Thank you. Oh, guest blank works. That's fun. Free water. Stay hydrated. He already knows there's a market for that. I don't know what there's a market for, but he knows that. What was their topic, please? Oh, I'm not sure that there was quite a clear claim made. We will have to read back. And I was scrambling trying to set up an extra set of headphones. So there was a significant part at the beginning that I didn't hear perfectly well. Judging, yes, thank you. Is it okay to judge?
You should have asked, is it possible not to judge?
Is it possible not to judge? That's a good question. Is it possible for so the one question I saw was, is it possible for people to come to a hasty conclusion when judging? Yeah, indeed. Hi there. Yes, would you like to sit down and be on?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna adjust your camera a little bit because we just had two people sitting there.
Here or there?
Well, let's I'm gonna move the chair out of the way and sit you in the middle.
Oh, perfect.
There.
I
Oh no! Careful, careful. Step on. Okay. Hello there.
Hi.
So you're okay being recorded in the live stream?
Yeah.
Very good. What's your name? First name?
Diana.
Diana. Capitalized. Thank you. Thank you. My producer already did it. Just faster than me. It's great stuff. I have a great team behind me. You just can't see them from where you're sitting.
Okay. Hello. Where's the camera?
There's a camera there. There's also a wide one there.
Oh, nice.
And I have one here. So there's three.
Nice.
It's amazing what you can do with cell phones these days.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Headphones?
Oh.
I just wiped them.
Any?
Yeah, that's the correct way.
Oh, I can.
Yeah. And we don't really have a left-right, so it doesn't matter which way. We're doing this kind of mono.
Okay.
Okay. So, Diana, do you have a claim, something that you think is true about the world that affects your choices that you'd like to talk about?
I don't. Yeah, I think probably what I want to say is that, yeah, how people perceive each other.
How people perceive each other.
Yeah.
How do people perceive each other?
Well, my experience is that we all have, like, I can be talking to you and I have a completely different experience that might somebody else have. I will say, like, oh my God, he's the sweetest man ever, and somebody else will say, oh, he's a rude, because you said
I get a creepy vibe off of him.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Because you might have said a word or something so insignificant that
I might have reminded of their grandpa who was the creep.
Yeah.
Their Uncle Longbeard.
Yeah.
Could you sit a little forward?
Yeah, of course.
They're saying it's better for the microphone.
Okay. How is it now?
That sounds better. Do you hear the difference?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so I think the claim is people can have different perceptions even though they experience the same event.
Yes.
Okay. People can have the same even if they experience the event. I hope I spelled that close enough. All right. So, what kind of a range of perception you were giving one example? Somebody thinks somebody's sweet and wonderful. The other one thinks they're a creep. Why does this happen?
Well, I think what a lot of people do, it's hard for a lot of people to accept, is that what we perceive in others is just a reflection of something that is going on within ourselves. And sometimes it's hard to be accountable and own that it's always about us and it's never about the other person.
Okay. So when we see it differently, it's because our internal filters are different. And we need to recognize how our filters are different. And that's why maybe a lot of the perception that we have is grounded.
Beautiful. Yes.
Okay. Have you held this opinion a long time, or is this something you've learned?
It's just recently. I think I read about this probably about a year ago, and little by little it has been evolving, because it's like once that you see something, you can't unseen it
Right,
anymore.
right,
So it
yeah.
just keeps growing
Okay.
and evolving.
All right. All right. So this is something you discovered, and did somebody, did you learn it from someone the first time?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Was this like in a teaching situation?
Yes, I signed up for a life coaching to be
Okay.
trained as a life coach, and it's all about life coaching is all about owning 100% of all our actions and
Ah,
being 100% responsible. That everything that happens around us, it's a reflection of how we're owning or not owning
okay.
certain parts of ourselves.
Okay. If everybody learned this lesson,
Uh,
what would change?
well, it will change completely because we would stop blaming the government. We will start blaming religion. We will stop blaming. Uh, we will start blaming the neighbor. We will stop blaming the dog. We will start
Uh-huh.
blaming everything around us, and we will start taking action on our own lives, and I guess adjust and make changes accordingly.
Yeah. Okay. Um, so right now I'm seeing there's like 100% in this thing. We are 100% responsible for a thing. And then maybe there's some child who says, "No, nothing I do makes any difference at all." And maybe they start off saying, "I'm zero responsible because I do what I want. It doesn't no one and this and they got a bad attitude." Uh, you're
that
finding
that sounds like my daughter.
I've had kids. My youngest is quite old now. That doesn't sound like my kid now. Anyway, okay. So is 100% the right place to be?
That's a different story, but I'm talking about events in our lives as can be in the form of
I had to reset. It can be finances and health and work, relationships.
yeah, anything. Yeah, when it comes to our like personal, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it ever fair to blame? Okay, if I'm taking 100% and you're taking 100%, how can I take 100% if you're already taking it?
I think that's a great question because that's where the next part comes in as acceptance.
Yeah.
Acceptance that your 100% is on you and that my 100% is
Okay.
on me.
Okay. So somebody in the audience asks, "Oh, hold on, got to fix this." Somebody in the audience asks, "Can something happen to a person that they didn't cause or aren't responsible for? Are there exceptions that?"
Can they share an example?
Um, I'll ask. Please share an example where someone might be not responsible for a thing. Um, while they're typing, I can think of. So I'm sitting at a stoplight. Wham! I get rear-ended.
You get what?
Rear-ended. Somebody runs into the back of my
Okay,
vehicle.
yeah.
Is that something that I could be responsible for? I mean, obviously, I took the risk to go out in traffic.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm responsible for taking the risk to be there. Is that what you mean?
Not necessarily, but can you think like I can think of other things when it comes to that. So it can be I have two examples for that. One, you can have a space and be aware because you can tell if someone's coming too fast, right?
Uh-huh.
So
Okay.
and then I have another example where there's actually an instance where there's someone in a car crash, but there was like 20 cars behind them, right? So that's the car crash happened like from the
Yeah.
back, and it was like a collision of 20 cars.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it applies to that and that brings clarity. I guess what I'm
Okay.
going is like, again, probably with relationships and health and work.
Yeah. So the answer that their clarification was an injury or disability in early childhood. So I'm going to tell you a quick story. So I had a friend who, when she was 4 or 3 years old, said, "Can I have the pillow?" And mom said, "Yeah." But the pillow was the tea cozy and the teapot, and she pulled it on herself and burned her leg really bad. And so she has scars. Is this something that is her responsibility? Was this her fault? She
Was
did pull it down on herself.
was was it preventable?
She got bad information from her parents in that moment because they didn't realize what she was asking when she asked, "Can I have the pillow?" And she was looking at the tea cozy, and they thought she was looking at a pillow. And they said, "Sure, you can have the pillow." And she pulls the tea cozy down on herself and burns her leg really bad because
Well,
there was a teapot in it.
well, I think in that case, and I think this is the hard part as parents. Sometimes it's hard to accept that that was take responsibility for my part. I didn't ask you for a clarification question to clarify which pillow. I wasn't there when I saw you. I was busy doing something else, so
Yes.
I didn't give you my full attention.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think the responsibility there is for like
The
take
mom.
ownership, and it's for me. I believe there's no right or wrong.
Okay.
Just saying, yeah, I could have caused that, or I caused that, or it was on me. Like take ownership for that.
Okay. Let's see. So, I think your claim is that we are healthier, we are more productive, we are better in society when we firmly take the full responsibility for things on ourselves and recognize and maybe even expect other people to take the full responsibility of their things on themselves. Question. What could you learn tomorrow? It doesn't have to be something that's true, but the kind of information that would move you to make you more sure that this is true. Could you have an example that would really reinforce this?
Can you ask the
Yeah, so I'm looking for something that would increase your confidence in your claim.
okay.
So I'm looking for the kind of information that you could learn, not something you know now, but that would move you in that direction of increasing your claim.
And like a personal experience?
It could be however you learn. I mean,
Okay.
some of this you learn from personal experience, some of this you learn from teaching and life coaching,
Yes.
some of this you learn from observing other people's experiences related so far.
Yes, correct. Mm, well, I think what will reinforce this is when, with current events, if we all own that we are part of a whole, right? And that as a
Uh-huh.
society, individual choices affect the collective.
Yeah.
So if like a group of people comes together and say, you know what, I am responsible for my own life, I can make a different choice. Imagine if 20 people starts doing that, and then
Uh-huh.
30 and 40, because they said, right, once that one person makes a change, it impacts 5 more, and then it creates
Yeah.
like a chain effect. So I think probably that seeing other people learning this information
Okay.
and learning that it
You
it
can have
does
water.
that, and learning that it does impact the way our lives
Yeah.
are. I think that will be huge.
Yeah. So imagine I'm okay, no, it's not an imagine. This is just a simple is it true that I am more responsible for this effect, say, within my own intimate family than I am with, say, my neighbors who I see less often, or maybe even people in other states who I don't know? I mean, I'm just like drawing concentric circles around myself. Am I more responsible for the local than the global?
Well, I think that takes me to another subject, which is the which is the how, or in the past we believe that and I don't have any links or reference where you can probably Google it.
Yeah.
Where in the past we believe that the thoughts were created in the mind, right? Now new studies say that the thoughts are actually right here in the
Okay.
there are like certain studies that are now proving this, right? So if my thoughts are right here, that means that everyone can grab from these thoughts. And I don't know if you can relate to this. Maybe you're having a good day, right? And then you get home and you don't know, you haven't spoke to anyone, but you all of a sudden start feeling weird or angry or uneasy about something, and then later you discover that there was an argument between someone, and you can kind of sense that energy when you get home, or even I don't know, even on the street, like we're sometimes grab thoughts from, or energies, I don't know how you call them, but from others.
So this sounds like, it seems like if the thoughts are out there and then we're gathering them. So thoughts are something that can exist outside my head.
Yeah.
That would lead us to being able to know each other's thoughts to a degree.
Yes.
If my thoughts are outside of my head and you could grasp them,
Yes.
you could read my mind
Yeah.
at a level.
Well,
how could we test that? How could we see if that works?
I wouldn't say. Well, it's simple. Have you ever been with your, I don't know, if your wife or and a family, someone close to you, and you're thinking something, and then they say it out loud, or vice versa?
Sure.
Okay, so that's an example, and so I guess where I'm going with that, if it's true, right? Because they're making studies. So if it's true that that's happening, then yes, we affect the whole collective. And obviously on a
Is it possible for that effect to occur if thoughts aren't outside of our head?
Pardon?
If thoughts are not outside of our head, and that were to occur, is that possible?
What?
Is it possible for me to be thinking about a thing and my partner to say the thing without the thoughts being outside my head? Is this a false positive is basically the question.
I think they're both possible, yeah.
Okay. Somebody asks, can we read minds, or are we great at guessing and reading body language?
Well, I think, again, both. And I have an example, like with my daughter, because we're very close.
Yeah.
We can be in different rooms,
yeah.
right? And then I said, I'm thinking about my daughter, and she's like, do you call me?
Yeah.
I'm like, yes, or sometimes she's thinking something, and again, we can be in different rooms, and I say it, and she's like, oh, how do you know? So yeah, I think it's the level of awareness. So what is it?
Yeah. Okay. All right. My other hypothetical just is in the other direction of what you could learn that would move your confidence down, that each of us taking 100% responsibility was optimum. I mean, could it be that if we notched that down a little bit and mostly took responsibility, that might have some advantages because we're allowing that sliver of their responsibility? I don't know. I'm just throwing some options out, but what kind of thing could you learn that might move you a little on the scale? It doesn't have to be a true thing.
Yeah.
Because I'm
Okay.
not actually asking you to change your mind.
Okay. Yeah. I get it. Um, I don't know. Like I haven't thought about that before. I don't know. Maybe people uh taking responsibility for their actions and the world still in chaos. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if everybody took 100% responsibility and it didn't result in the improvements that you would expect,
Yeah.
you would say, maybe that's not optimum, maybe a different optimum exists.
Yeah.
That's a good hypothetical.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm done. I'm out of questions. No, in this process, I tend to stay really neutral because I don't want to argue from a different position. And that can leave me like aloof. So you're welcome to ask me any questions about it, and I'm happy to freely answer.
Okay, so I guess what I would like to say is that, if we going back to reading our thoughts or energies, it could be creepy in a way because it will let you thinking how much of the thoughts that you have are yours and how many of the thoughts you have are from someone else.
Okay. I normally perceive my inner life goes something like I'm sitting at the end of a boardroom like this, and I have some very large number of subparts of my brain whom I can ask questions of, and I can say, "Hey, what's my favorite color?" And then what'll happen is they'll chatter amongst themselves a lot, and then I'll hear 3 to 5 answers to choose from, and then I can choose from amongst those, and I'll probably choose green, but I'm not sure why I'm thinking that. No, and that's where I'm coming from is I can't tell what's going on in the little subcommittees. I can't hear. I can hear that maybe there's some whispering, but then I ask a question of myself, and I let some meditation happen. And the more meditation happens, the more complete the answers get. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I have more choices, and then I choose. I pick one, and it might be purple another day
Yeah.
because I like both green and purple.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're kind of opposite. Anyway, so no, I don't. If thoughts were something that were not fully encased in my head, if those critters were whispering beyond my skull, I don't I don't know how I would test it. No, okay, there are some tests that could make some positives.
Yeah.
Like if so imagine ha, these are my dice.
Okay.
Those are Dungeons and Dragons kinds of dice.
Should I open it?
Sure. You can open it. Those last time I put them away, I washed them, so they should be
Oh,
handleable.
they're nice.
Yeah, they're
Wow,
very pretty.
these are very beautiful. Are the cameras seeing this? Can I
Yeah.
show them?
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah, the
God,
camera
these
can
are
see them.
so pretty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are fun little dice, and
Mm.
I use them for creating passwords or when I need some randoms or something like that. So I'm thinking, I stick you in another room. Somebody else is observing you on another camera, and I got no option on any of it. And you roll some dice, and then I try to predict what the dice rolls were.
Okay.
If I got it right a lot of the time, or even had a strong pattern, like my guesses were even when your dice rolls were even, and they were odd when your dice rolls were odd, they wouldn't have to be right. But if I could even detect a strong pattern, I could do statistical analysis to define the power and the likelihood where that could come up randomly or not. And we could determine whether or not I could get any communication from you through whatever system we had in mind.
Would you like to test it?
Sure.
Okay. So I'll pick one. And what would you
Okay, how many are on that dice? Which one is that?
is the 10, 7, 6.
Yeah, that
4?
looks like a 10-sided dice. That's fine.
Okay.
All right.
So you pick odd or even?
No, I'll just pick a number from 1 to 10.
Oh, an oven? Okay. Okay, and I'll put it. And how do I know which number is?
It shows up on the top of that
Okay.
dice.
Oh, okay, I see it.
Their dice are so pretty, they're almost hard to read.
Yeah. Okay, it's there.
3.
Okay, no.
Okay.
You want to try again?
Sure, go ahead. Roll another?
Just with the same number.
7.
No. It was a 4.
Okay.
Let's do it again.
Yep. 9.
No.
Okay.
Okay, let's do it again. Give me a minute.
Uh-huh.
Okay, go ahead.
5.
No, but you know what? It looks like you're reading the future because the number that came, it's 7. And you said 7 before.
Okay.
So you're predicting that. No, I'm just that's just a
I hear
joke,
you.
but
I mean, if that's the pattern, that would be interesting and tell us a different thing. Because now we're not so much talking just about thoughts. We're actually talking about being able to work into the future of something. Because I
Yeah.
don't think that you're controlling the number. I don't think you can force a 7 unless you were to manipulate it in a way that would be really obvious to yourself.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
another one?
yeah,
0.
it's 8.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. So I don't know if it takes practice or what it is. So my experience with an experiment like that is
Uh-huh.
it was even in a video call, so I was not even with the person. And the person hold an object and he asked he asked to set an intention and then he asked to describe what images came into my mind.
Okay.
So the images I saw were half moons, waves,
Okay.
and the
So
color white.
was this a particular deck of
No, it was just a photo he picked randomly
Okay.
from the internet. So
Okay.
the shapes I saw were a circle, like a cylinder,
Yes.
line like not half moons,
Okay.
and waves.
Okay.
Waves. So when he discovered the photo, it was a photo of a drink,
Okay.
like a margarita drink with a lime on the
Yes.
top. So it was a cylinder.
That came from a blender.
Yeah, and it was a wave, right? Because it was the liquid, and
Uh-huh.
the half moons were the line.
Yes.
So
Okay.
yeah, that was the first time I tried it, and that was the first time and the only time I tried it.
Okay.
But I was very amazed to have more accuracy that I thought. I thought, oh, that's crazy. It's probably something like completely wrong. Like, what do waves and half moons and cylinders have to do? But it turned out to be something completely yeah, I was pretty close.
Well, a 2-cycle auto engine, of course. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm sorry. Auto is 4-stroke. That was obviously a joke.
Yeah, I guess.
You want to try the other way?
Okay,
Hand me the dice.
okay. Oh, that's gonna be fun.
I'm going to use the 12-sided dice.
Okay. Is there a 0?
The dice has numbers from 1 through 12.
Oh, 1 to 10. I see something round.
Okay.
It could be, if it's not a 0, then it could be an 8, maybe.
Okay. It was 1.
Okay. Okay.
I shall get.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, remove your glasses. So if I guessed it, people won't be like, okay.
Sure.
3,
11.
11,
Hold on.
3 again.
1.
Okay. And 6.
Yes.
No, are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding.
It was a 6?
It was a 6.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. So what I want to share what I did there. What I
Yes.
did there, I count from 1 to 12
Yes.
in my head, and the number that popped out in my head, that's the one I chose.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So I don't know. Okay, but okay, I'll try again. One more time.
I rolled again.
Okay. 10,
12.
12. Okay. Nine,
5.
5. That didn't even pop up. I was in between 11 or 12, but then I'm like, no, because 12 already came out, so I was a little bit on my
Is
head
the
here.
12 less likely to come up if it's already come up?
No, I think it's equally because
I
like
think you're correct.
it was just like being on my head and not tapping,
Yeah.
I guess, into my
Yeah. I know my intuition about random is that it shouldn't have repeats, but I also recognize that's wrong a lot.
Well, I got one right. I think that was,
Yeah.
that was pretty. I was impressed that I got one right because I was like kind of having a little bit of doubt
Okay.
on my own um belief. Yeah.
Yeah. I rolled again.
You're rolling again. Oh, okay. I thought we were done. Okay. 12.
I already talked about repeats. It's 5.
It's 5. Okay. Oh, it was 5. Oh my God, that's what.
I even said repeats.
Wow, that was
Which is me spoiling the test.
Yeah.
I shouldn't give you any data at all.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So from the crowd, I need my glasses for this.
Yes.
Is the experiment better if we do it a few times or a lot of times?
I think practice it gets better. I've done this with my daughter
Uh-huh.
because she's 9 years old and she takes a class about I guess energy class, and one of the exercises that she got was to grab an object and put it in the bag and
Okay.
have me guess, and vice versa.
Okay.
So it took us a couple of times to do it, but there was a point where I guess we were more in sync.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't guess the object and she didn't guess the object, but again, a description, like a matching
Okay, so
description.
you got a partial
Yeah,
match.
like for
Okay.
her it was she said it was something green and smooth.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a crystal that was green and smooth. So she didn't say it's a crystal, but she say it's green and smooth.
Okay.
So yeah, that was again, it's not like word by word, number by number, but it's like yeah, and
Ball python.
what is that?
Green and smooth.
Yeah, no, hopefully not that. That'll be scary.
I had ball pythons are almost the friendliest snake.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah, they're only about this long and about that big around, and they last about 10 years. And the ones that get used to their owners will just hang around and ball up around your wrist. They don't have enough strength to hurt a human. Well, at least not one that isn't a baby.
Is it the one that is like a lemon green, like a bright
They have a
green?
bunch of different colors.
Okay,
The most common one is a green-brown combination.
Okay.
At least that's the one I have.
Okay, yeah, I think I'll be scared because I don't know anything about snakes.
I understand. Yeah,
Yeah.
fear of snakes is fear of snakes is something endemic. It's almost like something that we've grown accustomed to. We have to grow past.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense to me.
It does.
Really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. I want to offer you one of our squeezy gear pieces.
Okay.
It's an obvious bribe to get you to come back for the rest of them.
Okay.
You can pick one color.
Okay. Which one? This one?
Yeah, you can pick one color. One piece.
What color do you?
I have a statistical history because I know which color people most often pick, and I'll tell you after.
Yellow.
Okay. Yellow is the second most selected color.
Okay.
Blue is the most, and red is the least by a small margin behind yellow.
Okay.
It's about 50. It's about 50, 30, 20.
Oh wow. Good. So what do I do now? Just.
That's it.
Okay. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, and Boris, whose favorite color is green, complains that we don't have a green puzzle piece because that's why blue gets selected, because green.
You know, I agree. If there was a green, I would probably have
Yeah,
chosen one.
probably.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Does green have a more positive energy? Sure. Why not? Why not? I'm gonna go wipe that down where I'm at. Okay, please reset the wide camera. I will do so, and then I will. Oh. Okay. Does that wide? Yeah, that wide camera looks about pointed about right. It's a little canted toward the other person, but I'm kind of okay because it's got that second place. Tell me if I should make the table centered in the wide camera.
I suggest you move the guest camera slightly away from the trail.
Okay.
So that you don't get people into the shot.
Okay.
Yeah, that's much better.
Good.
If today would be streamed from my computer, Dali, I would have asked to download the video for the. Is it a movie that they're doing with Daryl Davis and Anthony and a documentary? I forgot the title. Shoot.
I saw the thing. I didn't follow the link, so I don't know very much about it. I'll be watching it later. A little bit to the right. Okay, I'll move it a little to the right. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to put to have like ad break basically and show the video of the teaser. The film is called When in Doubt, and I don't think that Anthony has posted the link to the GoFundMe yet, but I would have wanted to post that link instead of my Patreon this time.
Good half-degree turn. Did I turn it too little? No? Okay. It's perfect. Good. Glad to know. I think Quinn's going to be longer than 20 minutes, by the way. The just outside the park is 2 to 4 story apartment building. For half a mile before it gets to anything that isn't that kind of thing. So there's no places to go pee until you go down to like Ralph's Sunset. 3 short boulevards. Yeah, Quinn left for bio and a coffee. We went to go get some stuff. And yeah, I'm decent with numbers, turns out. People ask me for calculations, and most of the time I can do it. Yes, I masturbate. I will sometimes sit with a spreadsheet and play with spreadsheet. And strangely enough, I have developed the ability to, without bringing measurement tools other than what is naturally with me, like I know the widths of each fingers in millimeters. I know the spreads of things and my lengths of arms and shoulders and whatnot. So I can walk up to something and measure it. Good day, Chris. Remember to drink.
Oh, thank you. Have a good one.
Yeah, hey. Fox Sunday delivers.
Yeah.
What is
the place?
No, thank you.
Heard your wife.
Yes, and it's you were listening on YouTube?
No, FK.
Uh-huh. Yeah, White Shot died and it's back.
Okay.
Now, in the moment we're managing to do the stream on 2 data accounts. 5 devices. Now, this device and that device have almost no bandwidth. Text, and this is OBS remote, which is little short text blurbs. And we have the wide shot cranked down to reduced. The resolution is full, but the bandwidth that it's allowed to is quite limited. So if you get a lot of motion, it gets really pixelated. But since the wide shot doesn't have much motion in it, turns out that we can get away with just. Actually, I don't know what that's the case. It's not frame rate. It's actually like it has to compress it down. And so we grant it something like 200 kilobits per second of bandwidth. We notice that these cameras work really well at 500, and at 300 they're sketchy, and at 400 they're kind of okay. And then on the wide shot, we can force it to compress a lot more and therefore use up a little less. So this camera here is providing both my out as well as my audio out, as well as my audio back, as well as allowing me to watch the stream. So there's 4 streams going on. That one over there is sending one video stream with no audio. That one's sending one video stream through that one as a hotspot with one video stream. And then these 2 are hotspotted off that. So that's working out pretty well. So did you find a restroom? And where was the place you found?
Coffee.
Okay. Down to Sunset.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Like,
cool. Nice. Yeah, the tech is amazing these days.
do you have any?
Yep. That was fun. She just walked over here and said, "Are you ready? Are you still doing it?" I said, "Yes." And she sat right down. So, what's your name? Are you good with being on? Da, 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 da. And her claim was that we are 100% responsible for everything we perceive. If each person is fully and completely responsible for all of the effects that happen. I've heard that before, and that math does not work for me.
See, like that you
Maybe.
everything about our lives, about what we believe. The law of attraction.
Yeah, I noticed that for him, Tic Tac was like, pew. Yeah. With her, I didn't get into Tic Tac, but we did play with dice. We even did in the Postalinkas, we did a little test to see if guessing dice numbers was we could detect a pattern. So we did that test both ways. We tried about 10 times on a 12-sided dice from my end to her, where I was throwing the dice. And she gave herself a lot of credit for catching the sixth one.
Hey there, you have 5 minutes combo? About what?
Anything you choose.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Where's it going?
It's a live stream. Cool. Live stream on YouTube.
Today I'm not in.
Okay, thank you.
Hey guys, you have 5 minutes? Feel free to water as well.
I observe fun body language in that interchange.
I'm scared to know we got ourselves.
So basically, 5 minutes you can go on. The more impact.
All right.
What is the thing?
Yeah, well,
we're live streaming to YouTube. The channel is Juggling Lessons, and the purpose is to demonstrate and teach the conversational method, street epistemology, which involves how to have conversations whether or not you agree. Essentially, by hearing somebody out and not pushing back. Is it you or me?
It's whatever you want.
I just had one, so I think you're up. Wipe that. Whether I did or not.
Appreciate it. Alrighty.
Did she say her name's Marty?
Yeah,
Morty.
Morty.
Oh, Morty. My
Yep.
bad. Gonna meet you. I'm Quinn.
Sorry, say that again.
Sorry, let me get my mask on so you can hear me better. My name's Quinn.
Quinn.
Yeah. Okay. So, did any ideas pop up in your mind?
Yeah, actually, when I was sitting here thinking about it, you're talking about a belief that I believe in. It's
Positivity? Okay.
That's what I would say is something that I truly believe in.
Could you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I just think really in any walk of life,
Oh, could you hear them?
I
Oh.
could.
Do you
I
mind
guess,
obliging?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Hang on.
Oh, the earphones might not work. There you go.
Yes.
Awesome. So sorry, where were you? Positivity?
Yeah, just positivity. I mean, when you think about it across really any walk of life, you know, whatever situation you have, if you go into it with a positive mindset, a positive attitude, I just think, you know, you're more likely A, to be happy, and B, for I think what's probably going to be a better outcome.
Uh-huh.
You know, well, at least a more positive outcome.
Okay.
You know?
So if you keep a positive mindset, your outcome, damn,
That's bad.
your outcome will be positive.
And not only that, you just you know, it's infectious, right? You keep a positive mindset, outlook. You know, you spill out those vibes,
Right.
and people around you feel it. You know.
Okay. So like when you're positive, not only does your life become more positive, but those positive vibes spill out on other people.
And yeah, and exactly, and then eventually it flows back to you as well, right?
It's
So
like an idea of karma, kind of.
exactly. So if I put those positive vibes in the air,
Uh-huh.
right, and I'm talking to you, Quinn,
Yeah.
right,
Uh-huh.
and you know, we just have a conversation, or you know, we hang out or whatever,
Right.
and I just have this positive vibe going. I believe that eventually, you know, wherever you started at, wherever, right?
Could be, let's say it's negative.
Right. Let's say you're on the level of right from 0 to 100. Let's say
Uh-huh.
you're on a level 5.
Right.
So I think by the time we're done, if I'm truly positive,
Uh-huh.
even if you don't get to, I don't know, if let's say I'm level 80, right?
Yeah.
And you're level 5, I think at some point, you know, I might end up at a level 77, but I think you'll end up at a level 10. And ultimately, net, I think
So you lose and I gain in this situation.
maybe. I don't know. I don't know. That
Well,
depends on.
hypothetically.
Yeah.
Well, like you think that if two people hang out, one starts with a more positive mindset and one
Mhm.
starts with negative, you think that negative is equally infectious? And so they kind of cancel each other?
Well, I think it all depends on the level of how strong those feelings are. So,
Okay.
for example, right, again,
So, like,
taking our
let's
1
say
to 100.
80-20, would you intrinsically go to a 60 and I go to a 40, say?
So I don't know if it's that much. Maybe it could be I'll go down to 70 and you'll come up to 30,
Okay.
you know?
Yeah.
But I do think that there's certainly some level of reflection.
Transference.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Of where, you know, whatever vibes you're putting out there, I'm going to feel, and whatever vibes I put out there, you're going to feel.
Okay.
So now, for example, if I'm a level 100 and
Yeah.
you're a level 50, then maybe
I like
you'll.
how you're always higher than me. In this.
Well, I'm the one with the belief.
Can we just reverse it?
Yeah,
real quick?
absolutely.
Okay. So let's
if
say
you're
I'm
a level,
100.
yeah, exactly. If you're a level 100, I'm a level 50.
Okay.
I certainly think that you're more prone to infect me with those positive vibes than I am to infect you with those negative vibes. Just
Okay.
on the levels, you know, from the 0 to 100, you're top shelf. You're the strongest out there.
Right. Okay. So you're saying like, if the more positive someone is, like, let's say I'm just neutral, like a 50, and you're a 100.
Yeah.
I'm less likely to influence you than you are to
That's
influence
what I
me.
think.
Okay,
Exactly.
got it. I'm curious, like, what would the opposition to your belief say, in your opinion? Is there an opposition to your belief?
I'm sure there is.
Okay.
And I would think what the opposition would say is that everybody has their own vibes and nobody else's vibes transfer
over to the other person. So, for example, and this is again just spitballing what I would think the opposition would believe.
And
if you're
specifically on the claim of like positivity is good, and that it is infectious.
Sure. Yeah. So I mean, again, just going along the same scenario that we've been talking about all along, I think those people that don't believe that vibes or karma could be infectious, I think they would say in the same case that we've been talking about all along, you're level 100 positivity, I'm level 50. I think they would say that you stay at 100 and I stay at 50, and everybody goes their own ways, and I guess we could hang out. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't think from my standpoint that it would be very pleasant for you. Why would you want to be around somebody who
negative?
There's negative, right? Or bringing you down, or even if not bringing you down, just somebody who doesn't vibe with your feelings.
Right. So why would a negative person want to hang out with a positive?
Similarly, yeah, sure.
On the claim more of like positivity is good and you should be positive, what do you imagine someone who doesn't think the same way as you might say to bolster their? Like maybe who's someone who thinks that negativity has a place or something.
Yeah, no, and certainly, even me who I would say believes in positivity understands that there's time and place for everything. Negativity to bring out a positive outcome is certainly useful.
Okay, what's an example of that?
So constructive criticism.
Okay,
I would say it would be an example of putting out something that you could perceive as negative, and turning it around for something ultimately that's net equals a positive. But you were asking something before that I lost train of thought.
Right. It was just essentially like what? So your position, I think, was something like it's good to be positive.
Yeah.
Positivity has all these benefits.
Yeah.
What exactly? How would you frame an opposition to your statement, and what do you think their arguments would be?
I mean, I think very simply their arguments would be you got to be in touch with reality, and just looking through everything with rose-colored glasses is not going to get you to where you want to go, and there's and again, even from where I stand, I think there's something to that, but I think overall you still have to take that positive mindset and to help move things forward.
Yeah. Would you say that you're looking at things through rose-tinted glasses?
I'd hope so. I'm not going to say 100% of the time. Am I level 100 positive? No.
Okay.
Where
are you at?
That's a good question. I think, and this is the tough part, because I really think that's for other people to judge.
Right.
That's
a good point.
But I do think, you also have to be realistic about yourself. So, I know for myself also, I'm somewhere on the positive end of things, but exactly where, tough to tell. I'd hope it's an 80 or above, but
okay. I've got one more question for you, and there's also one question from the audience here.
Sure.
What factors contribute to a positive attitude?
Well, I think again, it's from where I stand, it's being around other people that have that positive attitude, that now bring this on you, that now, when we're having a conversation, I think there are two outlooks that you could have on everything, right? The positive one and the negative one. So if I'm around you for an hour, and you have that positive vibe and that positive energy, well, now anything that I'm looking at because I think we're all always trying to figure things out when we're talking to people, right? Even if we inherently have a feeling or belief, there's still a conversation that's going on in our head, even when I'm having it with you. Right? So now, if I start off my conversation over here on a certain belief and you're over here on that belief, I think it brings me closer towards that end goal. So, for example,
like if I do a good job explaining it, does it matter how persuasive we are?
Well, I think, again, just going back to this positivity thing, I think it's more the feelings, the vibes, and
I thought you brought in
the
like
message.
a belief. Okay.
The
like a
message
vibe.
that you're
Okay.
portraying.
Okay. More of a vibe.
Yeah.
All right. And my question for you is like, I guess it's a two-part question. How confident are you in this belief of yours, like on a scale of 0 to 100?
I would say somewhere in the 90% range, in the 90 range. I mean, this is something that I try to live my life by. You know, whether I'm always successful or not, that's a different conversation. But it's something somewhere in the 90s.
That's pretty
I
strong.
believe in. Yeah.
What would it take to roll your confidence back, if anything? An experience?
Yeah.
Some sort of evidence?
So I don't think it would be one experience. I mean, I think what's gotten me to this point is a lifetime of experiences, right? So to bring that back, I think would take an equal amount
of time
of lifetime experiences, one after the next, to really, bring it down to completely the opposite.
Okay.
Point of view.
Morty, thanks for sitting down, man. Thanks for standing. Yeah, you guys have a good day.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Quinn.
You guys going hiking up that way? Or?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
We want to offer you a puzzle piece also.
Oh, there you go.
It's an obvious bribe for you to come back for the other.
Yeah, pick any color.
For the other one.
It's an obvious bribe for you to come back for the other two.
For the other. I love it. You guys are cool. Where can I check out your stuff?
YouTube/juggling lessons.com. YouTube.com/juggling.
The juggling page.
My channel is named Juggling.
Yep.
Got it. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Okay,
man. See you later.
I hear cameras reset. Which ones would you like reset? Like all of them? Okay, I'm resetting the host. Okay, reset and audio. There you go. Yes, you say, and it says stream ID is already in use for this one. So I think we might have to come up with more, how do I say, strange and maybe random numbered. Oh, hell no, you're not gonna say. No. Open. Hey guys. For him. All you.
Dolly,
Yes.
can you change the push parameter instead of guest, make it shoulder?
All right. I assume 400 is good for you. Is that a good?
Yeah, don't change anything else.
Okay, I did change it to 400. Is that okay with you? I start it over and go back to 700.
You don't need to change that. We can change that from the viewing end.
Okay. Well, I did change it. Would you like me to reset it back to 700?
No, it's fine.
Thank you.
You do need to reset Discord though.
I will reset Discord again. And I would like to give you a test, and then crank it up until you distortion it, and then I'll back it off. This is a test, 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 is a test. This is a test, 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 is okay. Good. How about that? Great. I wiped down the dice. Now I wiped down the box. We're ready for a demo. I'm going to add some puzzle pieces. Drink water. Water. Yeah. Hello. In the moment.
Have a good night, Dali. I'll leave
Good
you.
night, FK. Good thing I don't mind ants. Or uncles. Water. Yes, we have the wireless headphones operating. We are not able to operate the wireless speaker because looking as hard as I could not find the interesting power cord that it uses. Okay, spare cord there. That's fine. We'll figure out if that little speaker works for our purposes or not. No, she says she has a spare one there, so. Yes, that is a chicken being devoured. Irony unbound. Okay, good. How'd that one go? I listened. Sounded okay from where I was. Yeah, you did with a Jewish guy whose girlfriend was singing back. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. I sometimes find that people come with really boring claims the first go round. Yeah. Hey there. How's it going? Just 5 minutes. Oh, okay. Thanks. The kippah was the dead giveaway. Yeah. Yeah, I was judging entirely based upon clothes each. Yeah. A kippah or a yarmulke. Yeah. One of those is Yiddish and the other one is Hebrew, and I forget which is which. I think a kippah is Jewish. I'm sorry, Hebrew. Hey man, they're both Jewish. How's it going? Okay. Good. But you can have water. Yeah. Hey, if you drink one of those quick, we'll hide the bottle. You'll never know. Yeah. 3 out of 7 interviews last visit were law of attraction. Yeah, yeah. And then today was, it depends. 1 to 3, depending on how flexibly you interpret whether it overlapped the law of attraction. Well, they didn't say law of attraction, but it was similar ideas. Positivity or taking 100% responsibility for your own experience, stuff like that. Yeah. Uh huh. More honest. Okay. Yeah, totally. I felt the corporate. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Howdy, howdy.
I have to do this.
Yeah, do that now. Good self-care there. Yep. Channel is juggling lessons. Now it's tiny, so you have to type in juggling lessons as one word and then channel before the search word. Yeah, juggling lessons channel. Otherwise, you'll get a whole lot of lessons on how to throw balls up in public.
Hey there. You have 5 minutes?
Maybe on my way out.
Great.
What are you guys interviewing about?
Anything you choose.
Oh, okay.
You pick the topic.
Great. Thanks. Well, actually, all she's.
Yeah.
Come up.
I think the last time I had a politics was actually in an online training session on the weekend. Somebody brought the claim we should vote no on 16. 16 is an amendment to the California Constitution to remove an amendment that was put in 96 or 95 that blocks affirmative action. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hot topic.
That's it?
No, he doesn't want to be on camera. And that's fine. No stress about it. Thank you. This is live stream. And then we take the live stream and I cut the individual pieces out and publish them as additional separate videos. And that's usually within 3 or 4 days of the event. Sure. We'll be here next maybe Wednesday.
I'll be gone, but she'll be here. Hey.
Yeah, yeah.
Reed here. How's it going?
Hello, Reed. It's going very well. We were just talking about your claim on 16 that came up on the weekend.
Oh, cool. I just got here, flown in from Florida to Virginia. How many
excellent.
talks have you done today?
How many? I'm trying to think that the number might be 5 or 6 or 7, depending on how I count.
Okay.
Quinn actually did a little SE with foil at the beginning, so I guess that counts as 1. So maybe 6
Okay.
so far.
Not too much downtime.
At the beginning there was a lot, but since about 2 o'clock, it's been very little downtime.
Okay.
And I mean very little, meaning like less than 10 minutes, typically.
Okay.
You might recognize that we are not on the same side. The usual place where we would set up on the other side is fenced off.
Oh, it's fenced
But
off?
this has the advantage of natural. Yeah, this place has the natural shade.
What do you mean fenced off?
Would you take a picture, maybe a panorama, of looking that way and throw it in the live chat?
Like construction or like?
Or just a couple of wide angle shots. Boom. No, we'll show you the fence.
Maybe just to disincentivize people from tabling because of COVID, or I don't know.
I can certainly estimate motivations. and think you're probably correct. It's probably something about minimizing the congregational spaces. I don't know. It's odd because they fenced off the area with the
What's up, guys? You have 5 minutes?
bulletin board, which seems like the last thing you want to knock off. Fence people away from the bulletin board. It's weird. Oh, okay. You can use Rainbow Connect. Okay. And I'll whisper you the password if you like. Huh. FK is not asleep. He is more awake than he reported he was going to be. And that's okay. We appreciate it.
No word from Anthony.
The last we heard was in the planning channel, and it was sometime late last night, saying something like issues with the packing of the pod kind of units. I guess they're having storage pods that are going to be trucked for them. Something regarding that probably was going to kill it for us, as far as him being here today.
What's up, Matt? You got 5 minutes? You got 5 But
Yeah.
What is it?
What do you believe and why? That's what we're doing. You get to pick the topic, and part of street epistemology is we avoid arguing from an alternate position. We want to hear you out completely and understand you completely, and the most we're going to provide is like an audit, a self audit of your belief. And people apparently are very patient about being listened to. When they're being listened to well, they lose track of time. Yeah.
Jump and attack.
For me, that's a year or two in of practicing it hard. And my understanding is what we call it shooting the messenger, shooting our own messengers, shooting our direct messages, knocking those out. And with most epistemologists, they report that as the most difficult part of it.
I don't have a lot of numbers. So yes.
Yeah.
Is there anything?
I end up being emotionally moved maybe 10% of the time, and to greater and lesser degrees. Sometimes I have been really emotionally moved by their claim or how much that mattered to them. Sometimes they'll end up asking me questions, and I didn't realize I cared as much about a thing as I did. Yeah, in that case, somebody was asking me questions about music copyright, and it turns out I give a shit about that way more than I realized. Enough that we were doing practice back and forth, and I wasn't able to take my turn because I was still dealing with the prior thing. I was like, no, sorry, I'll have to catch you on the next round. I need to pass because I'm reeling from this. Yeah. Oh, totally. Right. I am so trying to be teachable, convincible.
Listen.
Yeah.
God. All right. I'm here all the time. You guys like on podcast, all that, or website, or
This is being live streamed on YouTube. The channel is Juggling Lessons. And then some of these, like a curated set of these, end up on the Street Epistemology podcast, which has like more than 10 times the reach of my channel.
Listen, it doesn't matter the reach, it matters who the heck is at that point.
Yeah.
And if it hits home for them, one person, 1,000, doesn't matter. And
Yeah.
I feel that's irrelevant.
Okay.
Yes. You're almost telling me it's not that. Don't.
Oh, it's tiny.
It is.
I've got 200 subscribers.
It's a lot of people.
And I'm working with some people that have 50,000. And it's all good. It's the same.
And listen, I'm not the here. Obviously, 1,000. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Hey, that's great. That people.
Spider-Man.
Totally.
Yes, please.
No.
No money. No money.
Do you have time for an interview?
Sure, we can do an interview.
motivate people.
Excellent.
Can I do that? On the
Yes,
interview?
please. Have a sit. We're doing live stream. Are you okay with being recorded?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
You guys are getting recorded too. No, he has to sit next to me too.
If you want to, sure. Bring it.
What is it about?
Well, anything you choose. You get to choose the topic.
Motivation.
Yeah. Do you have a spare mask in trucking?
Oh, I don't have a mask, honestly.
That's okay. We got them.
Where are they?
Luckily, Spider-Man doesn't need a mask.
Yeah, in
He has
here.
one.
There should be a pack
I got
of
my
masks.
filter equipment right up in here.
It might be in the next one over. There you go. There you go.
All right. Mask ready.
All right.
All right.
It's
What
gonna
is
be
your?
lame. I'm wasting my time.
Yep. What is your name?
Paul.
Guest is. Wake up. Come on, Michelle. Paul.
Yep. Paul Hall.
Okay. We're gonna go with just first names. So, Paul.
Yes.
Tell me a thing that you think is true about the world that is enough profound that it affects some of your decisions. You make some decisions at least based on this knowledge.
So, can I have a Tic Tac?
Yeah.
Friday Tic Tac?
Sure.
Thank you. So explain it again. Say it again.
Okay, so I'm looking for something you believe is true about the world, and it's something that should make you make some decisions based on it. If you say water is H2O,
Yeah.
and if
Water
you're
is-
not a chemist, that probably doesn't make any decision. You don't make any decisions in your life based on that, right? So it'd be something more profound, maybe.
Something as in like the sun rising every day.
It could be
and
that.
Us deciding to get active with it.
Sure.
Wearing a mask?
Sure. Wearing a mask. Is wearing a mask a good idea?
It's a great idea.
Okay.
Sometimes it's very annoying though.
Yeah.
Wearing glasses? You're wearing glasses?
Yep.
Yeah. Your beard is like tied.
Oh yeah.
That's a.
Do you get up and do that every day?
Do I do this every day? Well,
if you do that every
most
day,
days,
if
yeah.
you do that every,
Most days?
that's
I like
real.
that.
That's motivation.
That's a conscious effort.
That's a
Yeah.
motivation. That's definitely motivation.
Yeah.
Ask you some more questions.
Um,
Ask you something easier.
something easier. These claims can be about politics, about spirituality, about preferences, about how people should behave. It could be
I think people should be. Honestly, I think the world is messed up.
okay.
I think this world is very, very messed up. I think the world's falling apart. Honestly.
Okay, tell me about the world is falling apart.
I think the world is definitely falling apart. I think people are looking.
My
To,
web's
I think the world is.
Yeah.
Looking for, I think the world
Oh,
is
yes.
looking. I think people are looking for answers to the world. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
I think people are looking for answers. I think that they try to find answers in the world. You know, but
Okay.
that's not how you find.
So
Should we find answers inside?
is the claim about how we find answers?
I find answers from God. That's how I
Okay,
find
tell
answers.
me about finding answers from God.
I mean, I pray. I
Okay.
pray a lot. That's how you find answers. I mean, people don't look to God. People look to themselves. I feel like, or they look to the world for answers, and that's when things go wrong.
Uh-huh. When they're looking for answers and they don't look for answers through God is when they make a mistake. Is when something goes wrong. Is that what I hear?
I think so. Honestly, I feel like people, if people trust in themselves and they rely on themselves and they trust in the world, well, they're gonna get the world.
So this sounds like trust not in your own understanding.
Exactly.
I read that somewhere.
However,
yeah, yeah. I used to know the Bible really well.
good.
Yeah. So how? Yeah, the world is falling apart and finding answers in God. Yeah, I think either one of those is part of the claim. Yeah, finding answers in God. I guess that's the claim we're going to call this one.
Yeah.
Looking for a title. So how so how sure are you on a scale? Here's a scale I'm just going to say. And if I were to be way up here is all answers that are worth a damn at all.
Okay.
Definitely have to come from God. And maybe down here is God doesn't answer all. Where'd you find yourself?
I think in the middle.
In the middle up here. Okay.
I think a lot of people. I feel like a lot of people lose motivation and in this in life in general. I feel like a lot of people. Let's talk about someone else real quick for a second. Okay.
Sure.
I feel like a lot of people in this world, like they, if something doesn't go their way, right, and they start falling apart. Say you're in a relationship, right? You're in a relationship, and it doesn't go their way, right?
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think of. Okay, let's say this. Okay, because I had this discussion earlier, honestly.
Yeah.
So let's say if you're in a relationship with a girl, right? And I'm trying to think how to explain this. You're in a relationship with a girl, and let's say if you guys if you're only there for love.
All right.
Right? You're only there for love, right? The girl only likes you because she loves you. You don't like her because you love her. But nothing else. No personality, just because you like her.
Could I?
For looks, just you love her. That's it. But then you guys break up.
All right.
You guys break up, and after that, all she's doing is she needs to find love. She needs to find love. Which if she doesn't find that love, she will have to turn to. I feel like she will turn to other things to find that love. You know what I mean? What do you think about that? You agree with that or no?
I want to define love. Is love in this case like the attention, the daily interaction kind of thing? Is that the love?
Just love, like
she's going to go find love.
Like love, like when you feel love, you feel like that feeling like, oh, he loves me, he tells me I look good, But if that person's not getting that love, if that person's not getting that love, it's very, very hard to explain.
Okay.
It's very hard to explain.
So she's gonna go look for somebody who will express love for her.
Yeah.
And she wants that as a regular thing. I think this is normal for everybody. We want
love.
We want positive feedback from people.
Yeah.
And they're that makes sense. So I guess in this case I'm just going to call love the attention that somebody gives you when they like you, when they love you. Whereas I could love somebody from a distance, and if they didn't interact with me, they wouldn't receive the love, if you will. Even no matter what I feel like for them, if there's not a regular communication, then it doesn't much matter.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I can think of a couple of relationships I have like that, where I have a lot of profound love and respect for a person, but I only get to talk to them every couple times a month, maybe.
Gotcha.
Because they get a busy life. I have other people with whom it's a daily, ordinary thing that we express love with each other.
Let's do a motivational speech. Another thing too, I think a very important thing is like a lot of people. I feel like a lot of people turn. Hold on, wait for the talk.
He's doing awesome things.
That's what motivation is. That's real motivation. Freaking Pele, dude.
He's juggling a ball with his toes, man.
That's crazy, man.
That's awesome.
So, I think a lot of people in this world. I think a lot of people in this world, they when things don't go, and this is everyone knows this type of thing, but it's very, very. What's my view is, and you understand.
Yeah.
That when things not going good, don't turn to drugs, don't turn to drinking. I feel like don't turn to. I think people turn to sex for answers. To make them try to make themselves feel better, right?
Yeah.
But it never ends up that. It ends up just hurting themselves, I think. I feel like that. So I feel like I don't know. I mean, think about it. I mean, if you're not, I think it's this. Like, if you're not in a relationship with a girl, right?
Okay.
And you're just having a bunch of sex with a bunch of other girls.
Oh.
You're eventually just not. It's just nothing. What are you gonna get out of it? What are you gonna, at the end of the day? What are you
Sexually
gonna get out of
transmitted disease is the first thing that came to my mind.
it? And then drugs. What are you gonna get out of that? Yeah.
Okay.
And then you drinking. You get drunk. Drinking. You get drunk, and then what's the point of that? You get in a car crash.
Sure.
There's a lot. There's a lot of things. I feel like a lot of things that people like to turn to drugs.
Okay.
They feel sad. They turn to drugs. They turn to sex, and they turn to alcohol.
Okay.
I feel like that's a big thing a lot of people do in this world.
Okay.
I feel like it's I explain I like to motivate my viewers all the time to not you don't have to turn to that.
Right.
There's other things.
I turn to sex a lot, but
so you have an issue.
I don't know that I do. See, the thing is, when you're talking about like alcohol, I see too much alcohol as oh heck, there's a problem, and too much. Well, you said sex, drugs, and what was the other one? There was a third thing. We turned. Yeah, rock and roll, but that's not what you said.
Alcohol.
Okay, so sex, drugs, alcohol. Okay.
No, I mean alcohol's not bad to be
Right. I'm putting drugs and alcohol in
drunk.
the same category for me because I just see those as different kinds of drugs. Like I see caffeine as a drug and I see heroin as a drug, and you can overdo all of them.
No, you could.
Yeah. With sex, I don't see how to overdo a sex.
What do you mean by that?
I don't see how to overdo. I don't see sex. I don't see too much sex as hurting me.
With sex, you're giving a piece of your own body to sex. That's what you're doing. You're
Okay.
giving each. I'm saying with one person, that's fine. That's how it's supposed to be.
Oh, okay.
You're not supposed to give. Think about it. You have sex with 10 girls. You're giving your
all of my sex is an intimate relationship.
You're giving your piece of the body to each of that person.
Okay.
When it only with one person. That's my opinion. And that's you can do whatever you want. It's your own body. I think personally, I think a lot of people don't realize that. They think, oh, okay, it's fine. I'll just go have sex with whoever I want. But it's not. I don't think it should be like that at all.
Okay. Yeah, I think the difference is sex with a lot of different people or sex in an intimate setting. And it seems like there's not too much sex within the intimate setting that's a problem. It's the sex with too many people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think personally, you should be. I mean, now, and I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I personally think that you should have sex when you're married.
Okay.
Now, a lot of people don't agree with that. I agree with it.
I'm sort of kind of married.
You're married.
I'm sort of kind of married.
Engaged?
No, I'm in a poly relationship. I have 2 wives and a husband.
Oh crap!
Yeah, it's fun. It's a great life. But the state doesn't recognize that I can be married to more than one person.
So you have a husband.
So we're all technically single, and we're in really long-term committed relationship that, on average, is a little over 10 years old.
Gotcha.
At that point would make too much.
Yeah. Is it, domestic partners or common law or whatever like those things? But of course, it's with multiple people. So we're not really expecting them.
2 wives and 1 husband.
Yes, so that's true. I do. I have 2 wives and a husband.
2 wives and a husband.
Yes.
I've never heard of that before, honestly.
You have 2 wives and a husband?
Yes, I do. It's very different. Yes.
2 wives and a husband. That's acting.
Yeah. The crowd is saying I'm failing to shoot my messengers.
Oh, sick. Oh. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
What? That's sick.
Yeah, so I may be being guilty of arguing for an alternative position here by bringing up my own situation. So this might be an example of me breaking the rules of straight epistemology a little.
Look out. Oh. Sorry. This is sick. Dog tasty after it. We're gonna get the dog with it.
Thank you. That was fun.
Have a great day.
So that's crazy to think about. 2 husbands.
No, one husband, 2 wives.
So,
Not that this matters very much.
Yeah.
That much difference is hardly an issue.
So you're Mormon.
No.
Oh.
No, Mormons don't deal with homosexuality at all well. No, none of the 4 of us are Mormon, but we all 4 have a slightly different spiritual worldview.
Gotcha.
But we're very tolerant of each other's position. Yeah.
Very random.
Yeah. Anyway, so the question of sex, yeah, I think I can agree that if you go into sex with a whole bunch of different people,
I think
that you can really
sex should only
diffuse
be
it.
with one
Spread
person.
yourself too thin.
I think
Spread
sex
yourself-
should
okay.
be on one person. One person
Okay.
only. That's how I think it. Because God made Adam and Eve.
Okay.
I can't really put this kind of stuff. You can't really put on the internet because people will lose their mind. But Adam.
I'm not annoyed at all. It's fine.
Adam and Eve
Uh-huh.
got created in the beginning of the Bible.
Uh-huh.
And I feel like that's very, very like people go beyond that. People don't give a crap with what God thinks. They do what they want. But there's always this punishment, of course, at the end of the day. But I feel like I don't know, honestly. That's cool that you have a husband, and that's cool you have 2. That's your
Yeah.
life. Not
Works
my
out
life,
fun.
Your life.
Okay, so
Can I help you?
no, he was
I was on here before.
he was our last interview. No, come on. Either
Have a
way.
good day.
Sue.
Okay. Where was I?
Anyway.
These are this conversation has been like interrupted. I can't remember where we are. All right, so sex, drugs, and alcohol are a way to fail. And right, the claim was that God gives you the answers. So tell me about answers you get from God besides just don't do sex.
I mean,
drugs
he
too
doesn't like, here's the answer to everything.
Okay.
It's he puts them in your heart.
Uh-huh.
You know what's right and wrong.
Uh-huh.
And I feel like, it's just like everything in the world's already happening. It's
Yes.
already pretty much said in the Bible.
Okay.
I believe that. So that's why. So I think people are dumb if they don't believe in the Bible. Like they're literally stupid. They don't believe in the
Okay.
Bible because they literally in the Bible that was written a long time ago.
Mhm.
Things are already happening now. That's already said that would happen in the Bible. So
Okay, so prophecy.
Yeah.
Prophecy proves the Bible. Okay.
dude, can you please not look at me?
Oh, come on. Don't pick on the guy.
You do. Go, dude.
Come on.
Go. Bye. Bye. Dude, people are annoying when they come over and just stare at us, dude. Like stare at my business. Gosh dang.
Well, we are on live stream. There might be 50 people staring at us at all. Anyway,
Oh, 50 people?
maybe that many. I don't know how many people are in the moment.
Crazy. A lot of people.
Yeah, it depends. Different days have different numbers of people watching at a given time. Who was staring? The bystander was actually our prior.
What? Yeah. But what are people saying about me? What are they?
What are people saying?
I'm an idiot.
No, actually, no. It's like I've gotten on this case before. They're talking about me about being poly, and it's better than a shame response for me to say so. And then let's see. He's waiting for the interlocutor to run. So, like, somebody says they're expecting you to run away,
Gotcha.
but I don't know.
No, this is interesting. This is all interesting topic.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, and the random person was actually the prior interview that was just here.
Ah.
So if you look at the live stream, you'd be able to review their interview. Yeah. Okay, so what convinced you that the Bible is a good source? Was this strictly from prophecy, or what was the other
I was
kinds of
raised that
things?
way.
You were raised that way. All right.
But
I was too.
I believe it.
I gotta
was too
go.
good 'cause I feel it in my gut.
I'm getting bit up over here, dude.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm
All
sorry.
right.
I gotta.
Not a
dip.
problem. Thank you. I've enjoyed the conversation. I'd like to offer you one of our squeezy puzzle pieces.
Uh-uh.
Okay. And don't get bit.
Hope you guys have fun.
Thank you, Paul.
See you later.
Thank you, Spidey.
Not a problem. Thank you for having it.
Thank you for having us.
You bet.
Tell you said hi.
They heard you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Oh, use the Gigi question. Yes, I would like to do that. Could a person turn to God for answers and not find them? Yeah, that would have been a great question for me to maybe ask. Sorry, folks, I got so distracted by the kicking of the dirt toward, what was his name? The Jewish guy? Morty. Kicking the dirt toward Morty just completely ruined my focus. I lost track. Oh well. Run for it, Morty. Yes. Morty was so kind and sweet. He didn't deserve that shit, but I think it was just Paul is out there playing with people and enjoying it. That's okay. So, did you have an emotional reaction that you'd like to talk about? Okay. It's all good. Stress response to uncomfortable talk. Oh yeah. Somebody asked if Quinn would SE Dolly.
Okay.
Sure. I'll get in the IL chair. And you'll have to read to me what they suggest as far as a topic. It's been open. Oh well. Water the cactus. Coffee. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I leave it to the room for their choices.
So far
And
we have
could you chill me down? This is under the master. Sorry, of the 4 headphone outputs.
Yeah.
It's the one to your left.
So the first one?
No, the headphone outputs near the top of the mixer.
Okay.
Yes,
This one.
yes, that one, and down a few more. There
How's
you
that?
go. Yes,
Okay.
that's great.
The only claim we have suggested so far is Bigfoot is harmed by 5G.
Yeah, of course Bigfoot is harmed by 5G.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've gone over this with Reed. I don't know why you're not all convinced about it. There's a video about this.
Oh no.
From like last January.
Not one of these Steel Manning claims.
Yeah, there's I mean, when I was younger, there were lots of reports of Bigfoot.
Uh-huh.
And coincident with the rise of cell phone technology. I mean, some people like to use this like a joke. Like suddenly everybody's carrying a camera in their pocket, and the sightings of Bigfoot go.
Yeah.
Well, it's obvious.
What?
Cell phone towers are causing a problem for Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Some people are apparently sensitive to this kind of thing. I mean, I don't know about humans, but Bigfoot.
Right.
What do we know about Bigfoot? And we're just ruining it for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, it's only a correlation, so my confidence should only be about 80% or something, but such as it is.
Okay. Well, do you want to talk about this? Is this what you want to talk about?
I'm gonna talk about whatever they ask me to talk about.
You don't have any strong beliefs?
I do. If they ask me to talk about a strong belief, I will pick one. I'm not trying to be uncooperative here.
Oh, someone in the chat said it. You got any?
Do I have any strong beliefs?
Yeah.
I strongly believe that the copyright system is broken.
Is the music thing that you were talking about
Yeah.
earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is that?
A pertinent example would be Katy Perry spending 2.5 years and how much money on a multi-million-dollar suit, where they convinced a jury that a particular 2 bars that is just a musical string down, that's not even the same musical string. It's just sort of a stream in the same direction. It's very slightly similar.
Yeah.
Could be a violation of copyright.
Like,
and
on whose song? You don't know the songs in question.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with Katy Perry stuff, but it was one of her big songs, and and then the person that was claiming their thing, it was a song I'd never heard of the person or the song, and I don't know how important that is. But the point is, they claimed a copyright on 8 notes, and because Katy Perry's group didn't say we object, we wish this to be claimed as a matter of law,
right?
Then. Or no, actually their group did. So on the appeal, they were able to bring that up. There was like a legal shenanigan thing.
Okay.
That the other example that I'm thinking of, Pharrell Williams and
it's Pharrell.
Thank you. Pharrell Williams and this other guy wrote a song. Very sexy video that song was written to. I forget the song. But they failed to make that one particular argument and lost their case because the bass line was similar to something that was in. I'm forgetting who these people are. Who it's not really part of the point.
Yeah.
The point is, those aren't even realistically copyrightable levels of things. Like you can't copyright a word in a poem. You probably shouldn't even copyright a phrase in a poem. It has to be much larger in order that it can be creative and unique. I've only got 12 notes.
Right.
How can you possibly copyright little arrangements of 12 notes? It's like saying I've copyrighted the letter M if it's next to a vowel. It's like no.
Right.
No, you absolutely shouldn't, and it should be thrown out on its face. That we have those kinds of comparisons.
What's the limit? Like, how many notes do you have to string together in order for it to be copyrightable? In your opinion? Or how many words do you have to string together? Or does it matter the quantity? Does it matter like the?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. My main argument is not just this. This is like an example where it's going crazy. And what I really dislike is that somebody can come up with something that's a little bit unique and special, and end up gaining a copyright that lasts for decades after the author's death, on an entire genre of music.
Yeah.
I mean, what if somebody had copyrighted blues in E? Holy fuck.
Right.
It would be a catastrophe. It would be a catastrophe. It'd be ridiculous. And every time I used a pentatonic scale, I got to pay Bobby McFerrin. No, he didn't put that, but you get the point.
Yeah.
So if you're allowed to copyright things at that level, essentially what you do is you're fencing off the commons.
Yeah.
Music is our common language. And I don't want that kind of copyright to have any more teeth than, say, a patent. I like 17 or 20 years maximum.
Okay.
And I want these things to be absolutely clearly unique.
How do you determine that? Like, does tone play a factor? Does like timbre and all these other sort of like what if someone plays the same exact melody as someone else, but there's different chords behind it, say, or it's in a different key signature?
To me, that's different.
Okay.
But I'm sort of musical, and so maybe my standards are different than what other people's would be. That's a little hard to say. For me, mostly it's the duration. The duration. Disney has gotten the laws changed to 90 years after the death of the author.
Okay, so mostly it's about, like, for you, you should be able to patent anything.
Well, like a recording you make.
Okay.
That's pretty unambiguous. If somebody samples your recording,
yeah.
Now you could probably say something. But if somebody plays the same music that you played,
Okay.
If they performed the same music that you played, I think that's much less bitey.
Okay.
And I don't want people.
Should there be a law against that in any form?
Law against? No. I think
Okay.
musical expression should be wildly open, and the worst case should be that.
I guess I mean like against playing someone else's song and then selling what you made.
Huh.
Like if I were to make a complete second to second cover of Creep by Radiohead,
Okay.
like with all the guitar tones and everything, and maybe I just changed like one word, and then I turned around and sold that and made a considerable profit. Is there a problem with that in your?
If you're doing something that, in my mind, I like that 20-year limit, like a patent.
Right.
So if Creep by Radiohead had been released more than 20 years prior, I'm going to say go for it. It's in the public domain.
Okay.
Once music has been out for 20 years, it doesn't belong to you anymore.
Wow.
Is my thinking.
That's
it
interesting.
doesn't belong exclusively to you.
Okay.
You're not allowed to spread music into my brain and tell me I can't use it.
Uh-huh. Does the same apply with like all forms of media, in your opinion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think music is my easiest example.
Right. Because it's a bit more like for the people, by the people.
Well, it's also the one that is getting the most legal attention, and I think is pushed the farthest into ridiculous.
Right. Yeah. With like two people suing each other over like a basic 4-chord pattern or something. That actually did
4
happen
chords. Shit.
with Creep by Radiohead. Like someone used, I think Lana Del Rey used the chords from Creep. I think Radiohead tried to sue her. I don't know how that went down.
Okay.
It is kind of ridiculous, but I'm curious, like, so do you think that someone should be able to shot for shot remake like Matrix 1, say, and sell that for a profit because it's been over 20 years?
That came out in 99? Yes.
Wow. That's interesting. I've never.
Yeah, I would like to see that things that you mass market into people's brains becomes their property after a reasonable time frame. And I'm throwing out 20 years as my starting position for the reasonable time frame, and I'm totally willing to be talked up and down on.
Okay. I just want to, before that, then I just want to see how far the idea goes. Like, what about business, like a business model, or like the logo?
Trademarks are a little different. If you're actively using a trademark, that you get to keep using it as long as you're actively using it. And I think the rule is, 2 or 3 years after you stop using it, it goes away. You no longer have that trademark. That's handled differently.
Okay.
And I think trademark is a question of confusion, not ownership of intellectual property. Trademarks aren't intellectual property. They don't make confusion in the industry. If I've used a mark to say this is the source of a product, you can't use a similar enough mark to make people think they're getting my product, but they're getting your product. I shouldn't be able to buy a Ford car.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm asking. I mean, let's just say they don't change the name at all. Like,
okay,
for like a.
Can I buy a Tesla that Elon had nothing to do with?
Yeah.
I don't want that. I want him to be able to have the word Tesla for as long as he says this is a Tesla. Same thing with Ford. Same thing for General. Whatever.
Okay. The same thing for all companies.
Right, but it's not intellectual property. I could use the Tesla logo if I were commenting on Teslas. I should be able to say, and here's a picture of their logo, and here's their this and that their thing.
Yeah, if you're writing an article about them, say, or something.
Right.
But
I'm not allowed to put it on another car and sell that car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm curious why the divide for music. Like, if a band like Radiohead is still playing Creep and making money off, does that not count active participation of their brand, so to speak, or the product at hand?
Somebody cannot go up on stage and say, "We are Creep." I'm sorry, we are Radiohead.
Okay, they can't.
But they could do Beatles covers.
Right.
They could do Radiohead covers, as long as it was 20 years ago. Pick your number.
Okay.
I think somebody should be able to do the entire Beatles collection. It's all over 20 years.
Right.
The entire Beatles collection without paying a cent in royalties.
But they should be able to record that and sell it.
Yep.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is like,
and they don't get a
Beatles
perpetual
don't get a
license. They don't
dime.
get a new license on it. The music.
Okay.
No, the recordings are a different thing than music.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Come on, let's.
Is it me or you? Dolly.
It's you.
Okay.
It's you because you're next. That was the Paul was with me, and that was the last.
Right.
You're up. We're live streaming.
What's up, man?
What's up? Have conversation with people.
Okay. Well, you want to check this out? Because I don't know what I'm doing. Hey!
Just talk about like in terms of.
What's your name?
Mikey.
Mikey. Good to meet you. I'm Quinn.
Okay.
Yes. So you could talk about anything. It could be like politics, a social issue, spirituality. Some people think there's only two genders. Some people think abortion is wrong or right. Some people like Trump. It really could be anything. I find that the more contentious or like important to you, the better it is. Did anything pop out at you? Any belief?
What would you like to talk about? What's strong for you?
For me,
Is it spirituality?
I'm an atheist personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you not believe in a source of power?
It depends. Like I believe that the universe exists and that it has like energy
Okay.
inside of the universe, but I don't know. It depends what you mean by source of power.
Source. I mean, I feel. What is that typing noise?
I don't know. Who is? Oh, I think it's someone in our live chat. We're streaming live. Is that okay?
Oh, that's totally fine. How's everybody out there doing? Follow me on Instagram, Mikey Rocks, MikeeRoxx.
Yes. Mikey Rocks.
But yeah,
what is the source
I mean,
that you're talking about?
so when I say source, I refer to it as something greater than human knowledge.
Okay.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be something that I understand, or that's I guess that's something that I would consider as God. So it can be God. We can name it, God, Jesus, or
The source.
but the source, the
Okay.
all power. I believe it's something bigger than me.
Right. So to you, the source is really just things that are whatever is more powerful or greater than human beings.
I mean, I should have went a little bit more into that. Well, I think of God as the source. I mean, don't get me wrong, I am Christian,
Okay.
but I do like to generalize it. Not everything has to have a specific hard.
Set of characteristics.
Absolutely. So, I think, we all are practicing trying to get close to something. We understand that something is out there that's beyond us, that looks and has our best interest. And we call it multiple things,
Right.
we call it different things, but I do believe in something bigger than me. That's what I mean.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you asked me in the beginning, and I'd say that I do think that there's something bigger than all of us, which is.
So you're not
which
atheist.
Is, well, no, I just think that thing is the universe. Like I just think that the world. I think in regards to even just the world and the universe especially, we're insignificant.
True.
That's my thought. About the part that you added on that it has our best interest. That's where I don't agree, or I don't see it personally.
Why not?
I just don't. I haven't seen it yet. Like I've heard the claim, but I haven't experienced it, I guess.
Okay. What's really interesting in that is that I also believe that since I do believe in God, and I believe that we are also gods because we have that energy I'm I have so much to say now. Interesting. I know, right? But I believe we are vibrational, and that we emanate a vibration. into the world. And we get that from source energy, from God energy.
Is it like is it physical or like a
energy is vibrational? So I'm not sure if you can touch energy, but you can feel energy.
Yeah.
Energy is transferable.
Like in a sense, we are energy.
We are energy. Yeah. So if you understand that we are energy and we are vibrational energy, then you should also understand that other things around us is vibrational as well. And so the things that we want to see in life, we just need to vibrate to a higher level to attract those things. So when you say you haven't seen, any
like a source
sign or a source of a higher power, then I think you haven't really necessarily understood who you are first. You got to understand who you are first before you can try to connect or be in alignment with source, because you are God, at the end of the day, you're not the God, but you are a God. So
I've got a lot of questions now. Like I did hear you say you're Christian and you think there is a God, but then also you think that we're all God. So how does that work? Like we're him and he's us, or?
Absolutely.
Okay. So like
that was it.
That's it. That's all the explanation it takes.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, when it starts getting into religion, and then we start to kind of, really start defining, a lot about God. But I believe that, God is indescribable. I think there's a lot of things that we don't know and we don't understand, but we can feel. And because some things we can't necessarily be able to verbalize, doesn't take away from the feeling or the experience of it.
Okay.
So what I'm saying as far as believing in God, I do believe in God. I do believe in source. I believe that everything was created and created with design in mind.
Okay.
The universe, us, earth, other things, everything was, perfectly designed for a reason.
Okay. I just have a few questions on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I guess on a scale of 0 to 100.
Wow, that's a big scale.
How confident are you that that's the case, what you just said? Like that there's a creator who made everything.
You know what I feel when so say your question again, because I want to make sure I answer it.
Okay, so you sort of brought up a lot of claims, but the last one that I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it was essentially that there is a God who created everything.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm wondering how confident on a 0 to 100 scale you are that that is true.
Well, I believe this. I believe there's no right or wrong way to do anything or believe in anything. I believe there's no right or wrong path, if that makes sense. There's a million and one ways to get to one place. Your GPS tells you that all the time. If this road is blocked, you can go a different way.
Okay.
So just because I believe in God this way doesn't make it right or wrong. What I'm saying is I do believe in a higher power beyond me and beyond my capabilities and knowledge. I believe that there is something that has divine purpose, that has my best interest, and I have experienced that. And it is kind of hard for a person to understand that power when they haven't necessarily experienced it themselves.
Yeah, I feel like it would be. I'm open to it, but I don't feel like you would be able to like convince me that the God that you have is real. I think it would, if anything, it would take me experience to really.
But you do every day. I think that's what holds a lot of people back is their belief system, because a lot of our power, the human mind is the most brilliant thing ever,
that we know of.
Yeah, that we know of. Right. Exactly. So I believe our beliefs hold us back from seeing our true lives, our best selves, the best versions of us. So I may not necessarily be able to convince you. No one probably would ever be able to convince you of if there's a higher power or not. But I think what you have to do is ask yourself that.
Someone convinced me once when I was younger. It's just been like a back and forth sort of journey for me.
Well, tell me why you don't believe in that, in a source bigger than you.
Well, like because my family is Christian. Like my half of my family is really Christian, and they sort of got me to believe and read the Bible and believe in a Christian God for about a year and a half. I was reading the Bible and stuff, but to me, there was with that God in particular, there was like a lot like logical inconsistencies for me, like in the Bible, but also just the idea of
like what?
An
What was
omniscient, all-loving God, and the concept of there being like a heaven and hell. Like I just thought that the concept of hell was inconsistent with an all-loving God, especially one that knew everything that we were going to do from the day we were born to like the day we die. That made me think that he created us each knowing where we're going to go, either heaven or hell. You know what I mean? It's like that concept, it didn't really make sense to me. And then at another time, someone convinced me that on a different, more sort of a new age idea of God, that essentially like we're all God, but there is no like higher God. It's just us. Like the collective consciousness is God, and we're all. It's like I recognize the divinity in you. It's like a Buddhist. But
okay, and I think and that goes with religion, and I think that's why people have such a hard time really getting into religion because you have to practice this way and you have to dress this way and you have to speak this way and you have to believe this way. And I think it's all, people's way of trying to understand the divine source. So they understand that there is a source that's out there that has created something, but they don't, but they're trying to understand it in a way that we can comprehend. And that's okay. And I'm okay with that as well, because we always have to believe in something that's um um we don't have to always believe in something, but what I'm basically saying is people put their own spin to
everything.
Because there's religion that was way older than Christianity. Christianity isn't even the oldest religion. So I feel like we're trying to understand God and we're trying to put all these characteristics and all these things and, limit and box him into or her source into whatever, it is.
Right.
And
when you don't limit God at all, my question is like, what does it become? If we don't put any characteristics or limitations on the idea of God, what is it?
What would you like it to be? Because it's always here.
Two X's.
Pretty cool, huh?
I'll give you that. Okay.
Are we still live?
We're online.
Yeah, we were good. They just wanted me to reset, and there was going to be a brief audio dropout, so that was where the break was.
So I just have a couple more questions for you. There's like a couple from the audience, and then I have like one or two more.
Oh wow, I got audience questions.
Yeah. We got
Check me
questions.
out.
Earlier, and again, don't let me put words in your mouth. I
Okay.
think you said something along the lines of everybody has a different path in life,
Yes.
and none of them are really wrong or right.
Correct.
do you think that people can be wrong or right about anything?
I think that's our determination. I think I don't believe that people have um all the answers. I mean, obviously no one has all the answers, and
I guess my question is, anyone is
is
Okay.
anything I mean,
It's kind of weirdly put. I'm gonna
yeah,
try to put it in an example.
yeah, please.
If you had to guess, and I know you can't really know just from looking at this, but do you think there's an even or odd amount Tic Tacs in here?
If I had to guess, I'll say odd.
Odd, okay. Let's say I guessed even,
Uh-huh.
and I don't know either.
Right.
But let's say that we take them out and we count 37.
Yeah.
So it turns out you're right.
Right.
They're odd. Would you agree that you're right and I'm wrong?
Well, I think the truth is, I think a truth is, oh my gosh, how do I put this where it makes sense out loud?
Take your time.
Just because I mean, in that example, let me answer that. In that example, just because I guessed right doesn't mean that I'm right or wrong. It was just a guess. I didn't know it for it to be what it was.
Okay.
So I think that's what we do a lot in life. We take these hypotheses and then we absolutely feel something, that's going in the right direction, and we kind of go with it and we get people on board, and then that becomes truth. You know, I think truth is only a collective of people agreeing to something.
That's what truth is.
To me,
So
that's a collection of people agreeing on a certain outcome. Like 2 + 2 is 4. Everybody agrees on that
I was gonna bring that one up.
collectively.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think of truth being that as far as the collective.
Okay.
But I mean, to
So the more people believe in something, the more true it is. Is that am I hearing you correct?
well, tell me, what is your definition of truth?
Matches best with reality.
Oh, I like that. Matches best with reality,
Yeah.
but that doesn't make it true, because reality is, I feel like when we, like right now is reality. Like right now
Yeah.
is reality.
And another one is like,
And that's past tense.
there's a cactus plant right here.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Me too. And like, I feel like we're on a very basic level, we're experiencing it with our senses, I feel like we
Then
get a
what
bunch of
is
different people to corroborate, and even if they're blind, they could touch it and ow, and then it's there for them too. You taste it, whatever. I think there's a bunch of different ways to getting the truth, and a lot of it involves
But see,
experiencing something or
see, when you start saying other things as far as, senses and stuff, I was kind of with you. Then the reason I decided not to be in agreement with you any longer is because I think of anxiety. And a lot of people who have anxiety feel like they can taste and touch. They feel like they're in danger in some type of way.
right.
But it's all mental, you know?
And I think that experience is real for them.
Exactly.
Like,
But it
whatever
doesn't
their
make
brain
it
is doing.
true. That's the point.
Well, I mean, I think that whatever their brain is doing is
Mhm.
making them view things a different way. Like, I feel like my vision is probably different than yours. Like,
Absolutely. It
I'm
makes the world go round.
I once was 20/20. Now I'm not. It might be 20/20
Maybe
vision
not.
right now. I don't know. But we probably see the cactus in a different way. We're definitely looking at it from different angles, But there's a lot that we can do to prove that the cactus is there. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, we can touch it, see it, all this kind of stuff. If I said that there's a cactus plant right there, to me that's less true. What do you think? Like, if I told you that there is a cactus plant right there, would you say that's true or false, and why?
But see, that's to my point as far as we all are ingredients that we see, feel, touch. You know,
Right.
that's what I mean by the agreeing part. Like when a collective
I
and
can
a
see that.
body of people agree on one thing, then we all agree that that cactus is reality.
I think that's an important part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like
But for me to agree and say, because I can, a lot of people feel, I mean, that's why we have people who are schizo, we have different personalities, we have, a lot of things where people can feel as though their reality is warped in some type of way. And the reason I chose anxiety is because I had a roommate who felt as though, you know, she had a cough and it was coronavirus, and it's like,
yeah.
or you know, um, that she couldn't breathe and she's
Right.
breathing,
Yeah.
or it's kind of hard to be like, how can you touch air, or it's there, like oxygen is there, but
Right.
we all agree on that, but it's a little difficult when things aren't, as six senses per se, if that makes any
Oh
sense.
yeah.
Okay.
I think I get what you're saying. Like for her, it's it's harder to access the air, even though we all know
It's there,
it's there. Yeah.
and how can I make you believe in something that you haven't seen?
Right. That's a good
Kind of
point.
reminds me of God.
Yeah. I mean, air. I think we're experiencing it. We're breathing it in.
Keep going.
We're breathing it in. We're putting our hands through it right now. I can create a little wind with
But
it.
that's with the knowledge of knowing.
I'm
But
interacting with it with my senses.
But if you never knew of that, then how would you be able to believe in that?
I don't think I would. I don't think I'd be able to articulate it to you. I would just be.
That's how God is. It's hard to articulate who God is and how He is, because how do you explain someone who created worlds, and we have that in us?
Right.
How do you explain energy like that? You can't, and we try to on so many different ways and platforms and messages and stories, and we try our best. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
So that's why I have no I love having conversations on different religion, and I love talking to people of different backgrounds, and because it makes the world go round. Why do you believe the way that you do? How is it working out for you?
Right.
Yeah.
What benefits?
What benefits does it? We all have our reasons of dibbling and dabbling in the things that we do. Whether we understand them or not, it all moves us forward. So, yeah, I didn't mean to throw us off.
No, it's all
but
good. Just a couple more for real this time.
Yeah.
Did I ask you scale of 0 to 100 where you're at?
On what? Believing in God?
Yeah.
100. I believe in God 100%.
Okay. What would it take for you to roll back that confidence? What would you have to learn about the world or experience
to not believe in God?
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting because I grew up Christian. I haven't really admitted this out loud. I grew up Christian. I'm from Louisiana, so oh my gosh, Baptist.
Right.
Yeah. Out of this world Baptist, Pentecostal, all of that type of stuff. So
was it like a loud church?
Very loud, very rowdy.
Mine too. People passing out, speaking in tongues.
Love it. I mean, however you get in alignment, that's how you get in. So I grew up that way, went to college, went to church, was in church heavily. After college, I kind of fell out. Kind of fell out with Christianity, kind of fell out with spirituality, just kind of fell out. And I went down a rough 1 year. It's back in 2016. It was a really, really tough, hard year. I mean,
Why did you fall out?
Just the same reason I felt. I felt like a lot of the teachings of Christianity was untrue. As far as like I remember reading about how they even got the picture of Jesus, quote, Jesus Christ. It was of the priest, son, in the Catholic Church back in the day.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you gotta do some research. Yeah, so the picture that we see now in the all the churches of, Jesus, and the curly hair is brown. That's of a priest. That's the
Son.
priest's son in the Catholic Church back in like 19 something. It's like far, but they took the
1900s? That's not that
yeah,
far at all.
well, 1800s,
Okay.
1900s, but it was back then. You can look it up. I mean, like
Okay. Yeah, I'll have
definitely
to-
a quick Google search.
I don't
would
know
be
too
nothing.
much about like where our conception of Jesus comes from. I know it's debated whether he was white or black and brown.
But but see, that's the thing of humanity, and we debate over things that's frivolous too, and that's why we would never know who God is truly. You get
Right,
what I
right, right.
mean? Like we debate over things that doesn't even matter.
So that's it for my questions. Couple questions from the audience.
Yeah.
The first one is, how would someone preferring the God to be a certain way relate to how it actually is? Do you understand that one?
Say it again.
How would someone preferring the God to be a certain way relate to how the God actually is?
Well, that's a matter of opinion. I believe all of that is a matter of opinion and belief.
Okay.
Just because I prefer, it's just like, I mean, let's let's keep it simple. It's just kind of like women. Just because I prefer to date, this type of woman doesn't mean that
That's the best.
that's the best.
Right.
That's just what I prefer.
That's your preference.
That's
Okay.
a preference. So that's, to me, is an opinion as far as what people prefer God to be or what not to be versus the truth. Like, what is the truth? The truth is he is, I believe that he is here. There is source here, but that's my truth. Go ahead.
His follow-up question to that is the God's nature dependent on preference?
I would ask a person to kind of go more in depth with that. Like, what are they referring to as far as that?
So let me see
Like
if
to
I
go
can
in a
figure it
little
out.
bit more detail with their.
So it's like, you're saying that I think you related your preference towards how God is to your taste in women.
I know that's kind of weird, huh?
No, I get it though. And so I think he's asking more about like the reality of God. Like, if you think that God is a certain way,
But that's the
is it just
thing.
because you prefer that he is that way?
Who is to say that's
Like, do you think that your conception of God is the way that God is? I guess is kind of what it's getting down to.
No, I don't. I don't.
Okay.
Because again, I'm putting human characteristics on a divine being that I have no idea how big and vast. Like I only put it in human characteristics and prefaces because that's the way that I understand.
Mm.
And the way that I am able to digest the magnitude of how big God is.
Okay.
So because I prefer God a certain way doesn't mean that's the reality of who God is. Does that make sense? It's
Right.
just my
It's
preference.
your belief.
It's my belief.
Okay.
Absolutely. So just because I believe God to be, died on the cross, rose again, doesn't mean that it is, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. If all humans thought God was a certain way, could they all still be mistaken? Like, if everyone on the earth thought.
absolutely.
Okay.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Because we are not without fault. So just because, I mean, we at one point we thought the world was
flat.
exactly.
And there are still those who
And
do.
some people still believe that the world is flat, but
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. B.O.B. I don't know if you remember that.
You talk about the rapper?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Airplanes in the He made a flat earth song. It was garbage.
Yeah. You know.
Okay.
I like B.O.B. by the way.
I like airplanes. Airplanes is fire. How does an impaired perception change the truth of reality?
How does an impaired perception change the truth of reality? I think it would change it greatly. I mean, if you don't have the right perception, Oh man, do you? Let me ask you this. I know you. I was finna ask you, do you, by chance? I'm not sure if the audience either. Do you guys? Do you Abraham Hicks? Have you? Have
I've
you?
heard of him.
It's a. I was finna go somewhere with that, but I'm gonna stop right there.
All right, I'll look him up later.
But that's on YouTube, Abraham Hicks, and they talk a lot about perception, and the
I keep hearing
the,
about him
the
actually in talks like this. Sorry, go on.
cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad. You should definitely take a look. But you know, your belief empowers you from seeing a lot of things, and that includes reality. Your beliefs empowers. You know, if you don't believe that you can do something, you're right.
Right.
Just simple as that. If you believe that you can do something, you're right. We're not with or without any sort of.
Do you think there's limits on what we can or can't?
We apply them to ourselves. No
Does
one
reality
person.
apply them at all? Like, could
No.
I fly if I wanted to right now without the aid of like?
I believe anything is possible.
Okay.
I believe anything is possible. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was people back in the Stone Ages, you know, having interesting conversations just like we're having interesting conversations.
They never thought we'd get here with all this technology and all that.
Black people never thought they'll be integrated with white people, but hey, look at us
me.
now. Look at you.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is perception holds us all back, you know, and if you believe that you can or can't, then that's facts.
Hey, thanks.
I know.
Thanks, Mikey. You've been great, man.
No problem.
Yeah, well, we could end it right there.
All right, cool.
Yeah. It's gonna be on his channel. It's just look up juggling lessons if you want to see it.
It's a tiny channel, so you got to type in juggling lessons space channel.
Is it on you?
Yeah. And juggling lessons. His channel is Quinn Question.
Yeah, I am. I'll add you. Rocks. Enjoyed it.
Huh. Okay, yeah, if you search like that. Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
You guys have 5 minutes?
Cool. I rarely am.
Hey there.
Here. You can have some remote situational awareness.
What's up, guys?
Howdy. Go do photographic things.
Yeah.
Enjoy that. Okay. Howdy. So,
So you just got
observer.
dropped off today, no parking. Didn't have to deal with parking today.
He parked in an area where he had like 2 hours. So Foyle sat with us for the first hour or so, and we talked to him. And actually, Quinn SE'd him.
Okay.
And I got to learn. Oh yeah, there's a sweetie girl. No, that's a sweetie boy. That's Telltale. Yeah. So Foyle got SE'd by Quinn. That was cool. I don't even attempt to SE my family. I throw it off to other people. Thank you for taking that toss. Yeah.
I like Foyle.
Yeah, he's very cool. I like him, but I'm really biased. Yeah. Am I okay with a long wait? Yeah, I'm okay. What's our prognosis? Kimberly, who's currently at our home doing the streaming computer part of this job. This is her first day doing that, by the way, and she's doing fantastic. Full nap in process. Okay, I'm going long then. Quinn, don't feel obligated to pull a marathon.
Okay.
If you end up bailing because whatever reason, that's all good. And I'm probably just going to keep going until about 25 minutes until Foyle's arrival. He's napping in the moment. I just heard he's doing a nap in progress.
Probably getting dark.
Yeah. Oh, she broke the French press. Oh, I bet I know which part.
Hey there. We're 5 minutes.
Dang it. Broke the French press.
Hey, what's up, man? You have 5 minutes?
Yeah, it will be getting dark at some point soon. And what I'm thinking to do is about 25 minutes before pickup, I'm going to leave the live stream open and leave it just to the wide frame. And probably the wide frame and this camera. I'll move the camera back a little bit and you'll see.
What's up, guys? You got 5 minutes for an interview?
Anyway, and I'll unplug this one from the mixer and just let it be the audio on its own self, which is not going to be as good, but it'll be adequate. And the point of it is, several people have asked after the setup and the studio bag and things like that. And so we'll do the reverse and reveal on the setup. We'll actually put it away in pieces and show the organization of the setup bag. So this will be totally about Essie. So meta. It'll be so meta. And I'll just talk about what the components are and that kind of. Yeah, do the teardown while still enough light to shoot. That's a really good point. Do we think that we're going to lose light in the next 30 minutes?
About. It's starting to get dark around.
Okay. So if we don't get another interlocutor in the next 15 minutes, I'll switch to the teardown part of this. And if we do get an interlocutor, well, we're just going to run with whatever that is. This is inside an aircraft? Oh, nice. That's really kind of him.
What's up, guys? You have 5 minutes interview? Okay. Hey there. You have 5 minutes interview?
Oh, what a nice dog. That's your dog Spot? Reed, I did not know you had a dog.
You have 5 minutes. So much. You guys talking about?
Anything you choose.
Anything you choose?
Anything you choose.
Where do I go right there?
Yeah, have a seat. We're live streaming on YouTube.
Live streaming.
And
I'm about to. So
okay,
I'll see
thank
you
you. Thank you. Yeah, we're live streaming on YouTube. The channel is Juggling Lessons.
Nice.
And it's about street epistemology. That's a conversational method where we ask you what kind of things you believe, why you think so, and we try to very strenuously avoid arguing from an alternative position.
So try and keep it nice.
Yes.
You want this one? Will
Could you
this
grab
work
my
here?
mask? Yeah, that'll work.
All right. How many people are? Is my mom going to see this? What's going on?
If you want her to. I have like 200 subscribers, so the chances,
Okay.
are, if you don't tell her, the chances are low.
Right on. Yeah.
Okay, so what is your name?
Sam McDonald.
Sam.
Sam will do. Yeah.
Sam will do. So, Sam, tell me a thing that you think is true and affects your choices.
I think it's true and affects my choices. Well, recently I've been dealing a lot with impulsive behavior and trying to actually figure out what is influencing my choices, because a lot of the times it's hard to put a finger on what is causing some of these choices. So it's that's not really a
That's not a claim about the world yet. That's a claim about your questioning your motivations about choices.
Yeah, I don't really have too many profound views in the world or anything like that.
So what when I act on impulse, what kind of motivations could apply?
It's a lot of, well, I don't know, because for me, impulsion has to do with it's usually outside of logic or something like that. So that makes me consider it like more impulsive when you don't take into account everything, or even if you do and you see the logical choice, you still will act on impulsion. And I think it's kind of tied to like an emotional response outweighing a logical one at times.
Okay. So do you often find that your emotions and your logic are at odds?
Yeah.
Okay. In a case like that, how do you choose? How do you choose between?
It depends on what feeling is stronger. Sometimes the impulsion is so strong that the mind is made up, and as soon as that happens, that like you pass that threshold, there's no logic almost has no place in the conversation anymore. So then it's it's like this has already been made up, this is happening. So then the logic brain switches to, okay, how are we going to manage this instead of how are we going to stop it?
I remember when I was young, if I was hungry and there wasn't leftovers, if I opened a can of food, as soon as it went, okay, now it's done, and I can just proceed to eat the can. But every moment leading up to that is, am I going to do this or am I going to do something else? Am I going to do this or am I going to do something else? So, these days, when I have logic and emotion and they're fighting it out, I have a huge problem with analysis paralysis. I can't do either thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's like almost a third choice that I get stuck in.
Yeah, so that is not something I'm more of a let's do it and let's see what happens, and then it's I don't like getting, because that's the one thing I don't like getting stuck in, that paralysis of stuck. You know, you can be stuck in that for months, years.
Oh yeah.
And so then it's almost like, well, I'm just gonna do this, you know, act on impulse, and then, you know, figure it out later.
Yeah.
You know,
my fears are too big. I can't. Oh, I wish I could just not have your fear. Have
fear is still there, but...
not have my fear. I mean, I said it backwards. So, wow. Is impulsive behavior a generally positive thing?
That's the thing. It's 50-50. You never know.
Okay.
That's why, you know, I continue to act on it, because sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not. You know, everything where I've gotten to in my life has been because of, usually it can be traced back to one impulsive choice that was made really quickly. And sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not, but yeah, it'd be easier to not make it if every single time I made an impulsive choice that was a train wreck that went bad. But
yeah,
it's always like, oh, it's good thing you did that. Or sometimes it's, you know,
for me, I'm so afraid of failure.
Yeah.
That if one time out of 100 my impulsive thing crashed and burned, I would like not be able to do impulsive.
Yeah.
I can be very impulsive if I check with the people around me that I trust and say, is it okay if I do this? And if they all say yes, okay, now I can move forward.
Yeah,
but
I got you.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm locked. I'm completely on the other side of this, in terms of my own freedom.
Mm-hmm.
I have huge restrictions of freedom out of fear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fear is a tricky one, because it's you know, it's also a great motivator for me as well. You know, it's the same kind of fear that's you know, the fear of something not happening is just as motivating as something happening. You know, what if I don't do something and I stay in this rut forever? That's a fear.
Yeah.
And it, like, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I can. Anyway, not talking about me. Enough of that. So, I'm gonna just pretend you've got people in your life whose their future you really care about.
Yeah, totally.
What advice would you give them regarding whether they should do analysis or impulsiveness or logic or something? How would you tell them what to do?
It'd be kind of varies from person to person. But it's one of those things where I wouldn't, you know, say don't act on impulse, because that's often the times I feel most human and more in touch with emotions when I'm acting that way. Because, you know, you can get stuck, especially as, you know, I've been getting older, where you got to make this logical choice, logical. And, you know, it seems like there's somewhat of a pattern and structure you can follow that makes sense and is logical. But when something, you know, because that's one of the things, I don't get emotional very often. So when I do, it's something that I like to act on.
Okay.
And it's kind of new, and I don't really know how to handle it too well. So when I feel emotional, or it's like something that I want to kind of defy logic and kind of guide me, because it's going to be a little more interesting, and, you know, see where it takes me. And it just, you know, it feels a little just kind of like it's like you're ramping up and you're excited, and yeah, so it's, I don't know, I like acting on those feelings. I know it's not, you know, right for everybody and gets you into trouble sometimes, but it's something that I'll probably continue to do for entire life. And I would recommend others, you know, depending on their personal risk tolerance, do the same.
Yeah. So it's a question of risk tolerance.
Yeah.
I hear you. Yeah, I think that might be my limit is an unreasonably and illogically low risk tolerance.
Yeah.
Question from the audience: how much emotion and logic would ideally you weigh in your decisions in an ideal world? I think there's two idealies in there, and they should probably be one, but that's the question.
Yeah, like how much should logic weigh on your life versus emotional? Like, what's the balance? I don't know. I think there is definitely a healthy balance, and that's not one that I'm known to have. I'm kind of on the extreme end of things. So I think there is an ideal balance, and I can see people who are able to use emotion in a more moderate and balanced way than than I necessarily am able to do. So, but for me, it's one of those things where, you know, ideally it would be a perfectly balanced thing where you're able to use emotion and logic to benefit your life and make good informed decisions. But there's a certain level of excitement and risk when logic gets thrown to the wind, and it's like more of like a romantic way to live your life. I don't know how else to put it, but it's like more of a not romantic and necessarily with the with somebody, but just like the way you live your life. I kind of like to live it in a more like a romantic sense, I guess.
Yeah. So, of the emotions that you act on, which are your favorites? Yeah, or maybe the question is, which are the most consistently positive in terms of the outcome?
Consistently positive. That's a nothing is really super consistent. That's the tricky part. But like, so recently, I have this thing I do a lot where I meet somebody and like fall in love instantly, and then drop everything and like chase that. So that's led me. It happens a lot, or it's happened in the past. Doesn't happen every single time I meet somebody, but it's led me to get married really quickly. It's led to divorces really quickly. But it's so, when that feeling happens, it's not like, I'm aware of this is a pattern, this is a trait you have, but it's still, the feeling is so good and so powerful. It's like, I still can't manage it and resist it. So that's kind of why I'm over here in LA. I met somebody online, came over here for 2 days, had that realization, was like totally into this, dropped everything, moved to LA. And then now, it didn't work out for probably reasons you could assume, but now I'm here. But it's that same kind of pattern of making a big impulsive choice off some emotion like that. And, every single time it happens, the emotion is so powerful that even with past experiences and logic being like, remember what happened last time you did this? It's still like, too late. I've already decided I'm doing it again, I'm ready to get, hurt again or fall in love again, whatever it is.
I'm remembering back to 20 years ago and 17 years ago and not since.
Yeah.
Another question. Do you often feel as though if you do not take action quickly, your opportunities will fade?
Yes. So that, I think that is also going back to fear and how fear's in a lot of, fear guides a lot of decision. That's another fear I have. It's kind of like what you were saying about, you have a fear and you get stuck in that decision-making process of and you get stuck. So that's kind of, this is another form of fear is, oh, here's this opportunity right now. If I don't act on this, it's going to go away. So that's kind of, it's a very, it does make you feel like you have to act quickly. It makes me, at least personally, feel like I have to act quickly on a lot of decisions, especially with, something like that involves somebody else. Like, well, they feel this way right now. Tomorrow they could feel completely different. So it's like, got to act on it right now because I don't know what it's going to be.
Yet another question. Are there decisions that you've made from pure logic that have or haven't resulted positively?
I wouldn't say they haven't. A lot of those decisions do, I would say overall have a higher positive result than the impulsive ones, but the result is the mundane and the expectedness of it makes it not as exciting or something. So you get it, you make the choice, everything happens like you thought, and then it's like, okay, now what? It's just kind of it's like not exciting, and it's like not the way, I get a lot of stress over that sometimes when I'm like, I need to live, more structured, like I need to, plan my life out. But then when I get into a routine, because I go through these cycles of chaos and routine, and then I get into a routine for a while, and then I start thinking, I'm like, I know what I'm going to be doing every single day, basically, for the next 20 years, and then that stresses me out. And then I'm like, okay, I gotta like throw a wrench in this or do something to like mix it up, because then it just feels like I could hit fast forward, and then that 20 years just goes by. And it's different if I'm enjoying it, which happens sometimes. But you know, if you're in a routine, even if it's a healthy one, and you're just kind of not really feeling it, you're not enjoying it, then it's like, this is not this is gonna really, life is gonna pass me by really quick if I keep doing this. So then that's when the impulsion and those voices start being like, you gotta mess it up, you gotta throw a wrench in this, you gotta do something illogical to break this monotony so you can be excited again, or whatever it is.
Okay. We don't have a claim, so there's a lot of the things that I would normally ask you about that are like, okay.
You don't have a what?
We didn't make a claim about the world.
Oh, a claim.
So
what do you mean by a claim about the world?
You did not say, like, somebody might have said, it's a much better thing to follow your emotions. Okay. That would be a claim about the world. And then I could ask you things about your confidence, but you haven't made a claim.
Oh yeah.
And that's fine. You're not required to.
Okay, I don't really know what's going on here, so.
Yeah. No, usually at this point I'd be asking you hypotheticals that might increase or decrease your confidence in your claim, but your confidence is, I don't have a claim, so that's okay.
Yeah, I don't have too many claims. I'm pretty open to like learning and stuff, still it's like, it's going to be hard for me whenever I do make a claim about the world, or I feel strongly about something, it gets flipped pretty quickly. And so I kind of got tired of trying to, this is the way things are, this is the way, even doing it with yourself, like, this is the way you think, this is the way, and then cause I do that a lot with with logic stuff too. I try and apply things broadly to my whole life. So it's like, you like something, would be like, you like a schedule and you like routine, which is true on some things. And then I'm like, okay, that applies to me as a person. But then I'm like, this aspect of your life, you like chaos. So then it throws me off, because I try and, put these blanket statements over, things. If it's either, personality traits, or if it's traits about the world, people always are, people want what's best for everybody. That'd be like a blanket statement. Well, this person doesn't,
Right.
It's hard to try and put things in a box, because things are always popping out, and then you get frustrated because your system that you're trying to, organize all these things with is flawed.
Yeah, indeed. I find myself on the really like routine and certainty.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm probably way on the side of a spectrum in that regard. And I'm probably on a spectrum also. So that's probably an indication why, but I don't have that much insight, so I'm uncertain.
Yeah.
Which is okay. Yeah, that's okay. So thank you. I've really enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
It's cool.
I've
been running. I run here quite often, so I see you guys out here. I'm not quite sure what you're doing now. I know.
Yeah. Well, now you have an idea of what we're doing. And I welcome you to come by and have further talks. As an obvious bribe, I'd like you to take one of these squeezy things. Oh, that looks much better. Okay, and I'm going to shift. I'm going to, let's see if I do this right. Turn off the claim, and actually I'll put the thing in. The claim, this isn't the claim, this will be a new setup. We are doing, tear down, show, and tell. Okay, wide only. That works for me. So, tell me if you can still hear me. I'm going to take this off, and I'm going to unplug the mixer. So now this should be operating on its own sound. Do you hear me all right? Very good. Alrighty. And you can see me. And I'm going to start tearing things down and talking a little bit about the teardown. Thank you all for coming to this Vanilla SE in the Park Day. Thank you all for coming to this. We are done with the Olympus's and with the discussions, and the rest of this will be a demonstration just talking about the kit, the various parts of the kit that make this possible. So now we're going meta. As I go through the process, let me just give you a quick little tour. I'm using this tablet with this keyboard, with this battery, to talk to the live show text, like this. So if you are in Discord, that's how I'm talking to you. If you've been here a while, you're probably already familiar with this. But if you would want to ask a question, the way you would do it is type a dash and type in your question. And our fancy little thermometer bot will put up a green, yellow, and red icon. And if I were to upvote it, or any member of the production team were to upvote it, it would pop up on the screen where it says current, yes, like that. And then I will then re-promote a prior question so I can replace it, things like that. So we have lots of control over the text that goes up on the screen. Okay, enough of that. Headphones. Nice wired headphones. Just going to put them away. With each of these headphones, we are operating off an extension. It's going to do this in whatever order. But there's a... Hello, puppy. No, you may not. That is my lunch. Do not share. Hello, puppy. Thank you. That's a good puppy. Go. Come. Yep, not here, not your food, little puppy. Let's go. This sounds good. Oh, that looks good too. Okay, so this is just a quarter-inch stereo headphone. Okay, quarter-inch headphone jack extension, and that allows us to get farther away from the mixer without straining any of the kinky headphone cables. I'm just going to lay these out on the table for now, and then we'll put them away in the kit once we've taken an inventory. I'm going to turn... okay, turning off the mixer. I'm going to turn off the recording. Yes. Ending the recording. 5 hours and 42 minutes of recording. Isn't that exciting? And just turn off the mixer. The mixer is like a 12-track digital recorder. It has... I'm just going to unplug a bunch of things so I can point it at you. Cheryl. Oh, there you go. This mixer, all right, there it goes. Has 6 input tracks that can handle XLR microphones or quarter-inch, and so those 6 tracks, and then there is a 7th stereo track that you can bring in additional instruments, and also an 8th track. And the 8th track actually has this little special connector right here that is specially made to hook into smartphones with this cable right here. And that is in fact the reason I chose this mixer, because of the mixers that have this one's $400 and the other one is $600. So I got the $400 one that had this function. And this directly allows me to use a tablet or a smartphone for live streaming with almost no headache at all. And that made all the difference. I'm expecting that Zoom also has a product that's more in the handheld category. If you don't like large, intimidating looking mixer boards like this, for about the same amount of money, they have a smaller version than this that pretty much does all the same things. In this case, it has 4 headphone jacks. Okay, 4 different headphone jacks that you can set up different monitor mixes. And for the most part, we're just using all the same. And then here's the recorder component. This also has built-in effects and a few things. Several things that I don't actually need for the purpose, but they just came along for free. If you want a tour of how to use a mixer like this, that's a separate show. You can do that. Let's see. Here is this handset is operating the OBS controls. If for example I were to reach down here and show wide only, it'll show you that camera. And if I go back to face-to-face, okay, good. If I were to switch to the face-to-face view again, this is something that, oh, that looks different. So maybe that's not as, okay, there you go. This little one here running on this battery allows me to control which scenes and things like that are going on, as well as the producer can also control this from their end. And usually that's FK, and today for the first time, that's Kimberly, and I very much appreciate Kimberly taking this on. FK is 9 time zones away, so it's really, really late where he is. Okay, microphone. Okay. Let's switch to the wide so you can see what I'm doing. So these microphones are XLR. XLR is the standard old type analog microphone connector. And these, you can also get USB microphones, and those would, for those, you might not necessarily require a mixer. The mixer allows me extra control, and so I really like that. These, are we? Okay, there's a repair. These are in the industry. These are known as fake dead cat. Yes, I know that's sort of a gross idea, but these little furry jobbers almost eliminate wind noise. So out in the field like this, these are really important. This microphone is a Rode Procaster. And the reason I chose this microphone is because I compared it to ones that were similar, and I knew that my voice sounded really good through these, and so I chose them. And I actually chose the more expensive version. These are about $230, and there is a perfectly good enough $100 version called the Rode Podcaster that I probably paid a little more than twice as much per microphone to make it sound maybe 5% or 10% better, I should say. And so you can spend a whole heck of a lot less on a kit like this than and still get completely adequate performance. I'm just tweaky in that I'm willing to spend more money for a tiny improvement in audio. That's probably because I used to do audio a lot and I've become very picky. Okay, let's see. What else? Oh, lots of phone batteries. These kind of charging phone batteries run everything in this kit. Everything, including the mixer. Yes, water. What? Epistemology is exactly right. Who am I talking to? I'm on a live stream, and we're done with the day, and I was just ending the live stream talking about the gear that we're using before I close out.
What are you doing?
Epistemology, this is an interview process. We ask you anything you want to talk about in terms of beliefs and why you think so. And we're very careful to not push from a different position. We never want to try to convince you of an alternate position. This is only an opportunity to hear what you think, why you think it, and whether your confidence is well placed based on your reason. Yeah.
And if you don't mind me asking,
I don't mind.
When will the next time that you're doing one of these surveys?
Not surveys.
My
My guess is next Wednesday, but I am uncertain which day of the week. I am pretty certain that because of the parking restrictions, I don't want Monday or Tuesday, damn it. But so it'll probably be Wednesday, but I'm uncertain.
It'll be in the same location?
I think so. I'm going to try to be here for the times we're here. Like we did a month at Rose Bowl Park, and then we're going to do several weeks running here and things like that. We'll see.
Check out the meetup.
Yeah. If
Epistemology is something of great interest.
yeah, definitely. So, my calendar is public, and I could
easily. I'll look it up. I'm just curious.
I
walk through here quite frequently.
yeah. Yes, the meetup is there. Okay, we have a meetup app that does it. We also have my calendar is online, and now the calendar just shows Runyon Canyon on that day. It doesn't say, specifically exactly. It would be this one.
I walk up and down here, so I'll be on the lookout.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. This went black. Is that on purpose? Okay, good. I did not take down the wide camera, no. Okay, I'll do a quick reset. Okay, I moved the wide camera a little closer. Oh, good. Foil's on his way to get me. Great. I should be ready-ish. Okay, good. Wide camera. It keeps coming back in and again. Okay, now it's staying. Good. Okay, so let's see. We talked about the microphones. We talked about the mixer. The headphone. Okay, the number of phone batteries I'm using are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I'm using 6 of the camera batteries today. And for example, these here we found are the unusually badass phone batteries, and this one has gone from 100 down to 76% in a 6-hour event. So these completely rock. And
so you only ended up using that much of it over 6 hours.
Now, with some of these, like this one, apparently this phone is not keeping this battery turned on, so this phone ran its own battery down. And I need to something better about its charging. That's a reliability problem. Whereas the phone batteries, the charger battery is still saying it's 100%. Now these particular charger batteries, they lie, and they probably have about 10% above the 100 before they actually start registering a drop. So in this case, I've been having trouble with, for some reason, this charger, this phone being charged doesn't keep the main battery awake. And I don't really know what the issue, the why on that one, but that's no fun. Let's see. All right, so now I'm just going to start putting away the studio bag, and you'll get to see the organization of the studio bag. If anybody has any questions, just ring out. Oh, there's one other component. This set of components belongs to Kimberly. She purchased them. This is looks about like an Oreo cookie. And this is a Bluetooth transmitter that allows us to have Bluetooth headset. Makes an extra headset in the system that's nice and wireless, and like that. And those are things that Kimberly purchased. All right. The first thing to go away is the mixer itself. And I use the box it came in because the mixer has a whole bunch of fragile knobs and things. And the box was made for it, so let's just keep using that. In the box, I keep an extra set of AA batteries because the mixer itself runs off USB on the outside and has a set of 4 AA batteries inside that run the mixer for 2 to 3 hours if the external battery wears down. So I keep a set in the mixer and a set outside in case that actually happens. And there's that. There's the mixer. Aha! That is the cable that I was looking for earlier that would go with this little Bluetooth speaker that would allow the audience to hear what was going on. So I need to make sure that's put someplace really obvious so I can't forget it and lose it now in the bottom of the pack. I'm glad that mystery is solved anyway. The mics come in a little pouch, keeps them from getting banged up. And they go in the front. Yes. I'll probably be back, I think, next Wednesday. I'm not certain about the day. Given parking restrictions, I'm pretty certain not Tuesday or Monday.
What is the purpose?
That's fine. I can pack and talk. I can pack, talk, and chew gum at the same time.
You can?
Yes.
What is the premise?
The premise is having conversations with anybody on any topic without losing your shit and without failing to take each other seriously and hearing each other out. The epistemology part is I want to understand what you believe and why you believe it, all the way back to like your authorities and what kind of data convinces you one way or the other. And then at the end, you might end up reevaluating your confidence up or down based on your own reasons and sort of an audit to a good listener. And this allows people. There's a lot of good reasons. It's in favor of critical thinking. It's in favor of good discourse with people and being able to have a way to talk to somebody. I mean, sometimes you start talking to somebody and you find you disagree with them really a lot. And with street epistemology, you could disagree with somebody a lot and you could still have a good conversation and have respect for each other. I think polarization is a fuck up and I want to fix it. And this is one of my favorite ways to fix it. Critical thinking and reduction of polarization.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it's not spontaneous. As you can tell, there's a bit of setup.
I know.
There's a Discord server, the Street Epistemology Discord. There's also Facebook groups. There's also there's a bunch of different things. You can also give you cards that will get people. My card. And
you give me.
Anyway, that's my teacher. He can get you back a hold of me. I'm Dolly or Juggling Lessons, and or both. Yeah, I'm both of those things.
Well, awesome. No, I'm saying like both, like and juggle.
Totally. And chew gum and talk and juggle. But I can't tear down while I'm juggling. Can't do that. That's too many skills.
That may be the outcome.
Yep, indeed.
Hey, I'll see you next week.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Okay. So, with these fake dead cats, I like to put them in a plastic bag each. Keep them from getting snagged in a bunch of things. And they fit in this spot. The spots that everything goes in the pack are just how they fit in the pack. And in this case, the pack is so full, it is so close to 100% full, that if I try to put them back in a wrong order, it's not going to fit. It's the kind of thing where you have to remember which way. Now, in this top area where I have the two fake dead cats, is also where the mounts go that the cameras are sitting on. So you're not going to get to see that part, but just trust me, they go in this section. Just so you know. Let's see. Is there anything else? Well, obviously, there's tables and chairs and things, but you don't need my help in understanding how to do tables and chairs. I do tape down the microphone stands, so they don't move around too much. And I think that's about it. Let's see. If I redo OBS, let me refresh this, because I'd like to end the stream. If I can't manage to get the OBS working, there it goes. I have OBS. Oh, one last little thing. We are using 2 data accounts. This one has a data account, and that one has a data account. And the other 3 devices are hotspotting off that one. Because this one, I have video going out and video coming back and audio going out and audio coming back. So that gets its own data account. This one has one video stream, that has one video stream, and then these two are just small things. This one's text only, and this one's little small messages for remote control. So they don't take up much bandwidth. These two added together add up to about what this one is. And between two data accounts, we have found a sweet spot of how much bandwidth we're allowed to use in order to achieve moderate stability. Stability within Discord is still quite sketchy, but at least we can reset without much of a disruption. So that's pretty much it. The rest of it is just how do I fit it into a bag or something. And since your bag is different than my bag, you know, it's not your bag, baby. Since our bags are different, the actual layout inside the bag is probably just of curiosity. And I'm totally willing to share all that information, but it's probably relatively boring for everybody. Thank you all for coming to this Vanilla SE in the Park. We've had many great conversations today. This was a delight for me. I hope it was fun for you. And if you would like to be a guest, yes? Yes, there's a request. What is the request? Is it possible to record the cameras on the tables and stream record local? Yes, I think these are capable of local recording. This one and that one have a 128 gigabyte SD card. I'd have to get another one of those for here. No, these have 64 gigabyte. Anyway, so the size of the SD cards would be the limitation. And yes, these are capable of local recording. That of course involves significant post-editing time, and FK has convinced me that I can produce a heck of a lot more content if I don't spend a whole lot of time working in Lightworks or Final Cut Pro or something like that. That if we end up having the stuff set up ahead of time and we run it live, and of course that means we accept errors, we just tolerate it, then that'll actually get more content out. Curiosity, quality, and output that is glorious. And thank you all for tolerating my lowered quality for being able to do it live stream and to be able to produce at least twice as much content as I would be able to do if I were doing it at a read quality level. I don't see green on any of the gear. I got a green bag. Almost all the gear is black. That's how this black and gray. That's how this stuff comes out. Blame tech manufacturers. Yes. What was it for 25 years? All computers were beige. Everybody had to go for beige computers. Oh, darn. Yes. The cacti are green. Yes. Yes, the cacti are green. Stay away from them. Those are bad. Tough. Got some in a sock earlier, and it was like, oh, very much not fun. So anyway, if any of you would like to be a guest on my show, gosh, yes, of course, as long as you are articulate, polite, willing to show your face, and willing to either do SE or talk about SE, then you can fit in my categories. And if that's the case, I really, really look forward to hearing from you. You know all the ways to get a hold of me. Thank you very much.